Myth Vision Podcast, your host, Derek Lambert. I just did a fascinating show with Elaine Pagels, and she's a professor of religious studies at Princeton University in New Jersey. That's north of me. However, during the summertime, she heads out to Colorado to get away from the noise and to study and write and do all those good things. She's written for a very long time the Gnostic Gospels, Gnostic Paul. She knows about all these early writings and the sources, as well as the New Testament. We talk about the origin of Satan in the episode that's going to be launched on Patreon, so you guys can check that out, early access. Guys, I've got tons of videos on there that you haven't seen that are on there. I'm making this for the public. I'm going out to California. We already have this established. The GoFundMe goal has been met. Dr. Richard Carrier, Dennis R. McDonald in September. In the end of June, John J. Collins, Professor John J. Collins, Professor Joel Baden, they're up in Connecticut. I'm going to fly and see them. Dr. Joshua Bowen at the end of May, me and my wife are traveling up to Maryland, and I'm going to interview for 2 days with my camera gear. And that one is going to be really good. It's going to be out on the Patreon early for you guys. And also, I just met the goal. I just had a small little fun to try and do a Richard Carrier response to Dr. Ehrman's view of mythicism and a whole show dedicated to Daniel. So we're going to be doing that coming up in June. Michael Shermer, Lawrence Krauss, or I think I'm pronouncing that correct. All of these people are coming on to Myth Vision. And I finally got an interview with Elaine Pagels. She was so cool, so sweet, and so informative. I thought, I would love to come and interview you in person to make history and do a series of videos. So if you guys find a place where you're able to help contribute, send questions. If you want your questions asked of Professor Elaine Pagels on camera, high definition, really quality camera gear. I've got my hardware back here, thanks to Anthony Guthrie, who helped me get this here. I mean, this is Comica, wireless, Smart Lav camera gear that I'm going to be using for the audio. And look, I've been evolving to grow this thing so we can make this better. And of course, my camera T7Is that I'm going to take, there's both of them, and interview her in Colorado. It's going to take the GoFundMe to make that possible because the trip is not free and the cost to make this happen. If you want to help participate, go down in the description. The GoFundMe's there. You guys ask your questions. I want to try and, make history. And that's been my whole goal. I want to get all these scholars out there to talk. I really love what she did in the show. If you're on my Patreon and you see this, I know you're going to love this. I really do. And I'll try and release this sometime soon for the public, for you guys to see. This is a little plug to say, help us out. You'll see it. If there's something you want, like a special request for being a donor, let me know. I want to put your names in the video. I want to promote you in some way. Let me know if that's something I can do to make possible. But other than that, I really appreciate everybody, all the love. Let's keep this thing going. Get that information out there and educate people. Break down those walls that separate us as humans. The Origin of Satan by Elaine Pagels. She joins Myth Vision today, and we discover really how Satan was used in the 1st century, 2nd century, even down till today. But what was Satan's origins, and where did this come from? What is the point? Is this a spiritual being or a human? Ladies and gentlemen, I'm also putting together a GoFundMe. I'd love to see you guys help participate, to have in-person interviews with Elaine Pagels on all of her works, her Gnostic Gospel series and everything. Go down in the description. Help us make it possible. I really hope you do, because I'm going to fly out there like I'm doing all these other scholars in person with my hardware and make history. Have your questions asked. Help support us. What do you say? We are Myth Vision. Welcome back to Myth Vision Podcast. You can see the caliber that I've brought to the show today. I'm super, super excited about this because I've been wanting to get an interview with Dr. Elaine Pagels, or Professor Elaine Pagels, for quite some time now. And let's go ahead and just say welcome to Myth Vision Podcast, and thank you for joining me.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here.
I'm super happy about you joining us today. I finished your book, The Origins of Satan, a few months back, and I said, hold on, I need to reread this. There's so much detail in there that is so powerful. But first, let's introduce who you are to the audience. And Elaine Pagels is an American religious historian. She is the Harrington Spear Paine Professor of Religion at Princeton University. Pagels has conducted extensive research into early Christianity and Gnosticism. Her best-selling book, The Gnostic Gospels, which was written in 1979, examines the divisions in the early Christian church and the way that women have been viewed throughout Jewish history and Christian history. And the Modern Library named it as one of the top 100, if you will, in the 20th century for books. Her education, and maybe you can tack on if there's anything I've missed here. You had a bachelor's and a master's at Stanford University and a PhD, of course, at Harvard University. Am I missing anything?
No, that's the basic stuff.
I'm sure your rap sheet goes on, and I'm going to show everybody. Take a peek, everyone. Go check out her website. It's down in the description of this video right now, ElainePagels.com. We've got a little dash between Elaine and Pagels, and there's a hilarious clip here you must watch. I don't know how you kept a straight face in that discussion.
Well, that was with Stephen Colbert when he had his show, And when I was asked to be on the show, his manager said, well, you should understand his purpose is to make you look ridiculous. And I said, I got it. So you have to be the straight man with Stephen Colbert. And it was very funny.
I thought it was hilarious when you finally said to him, you were like, well, since your religion is an authoritarian religion, I was thinking, what's he going to say? He just nodded his head like, yes, ma'am. He's a really nice guy. I could tell, though. He was really fun, I'm sure.
He's very funny and charming. And actually, he's a serious Catholic, but he's not a literal minded Christian. He's quite open, obviously.
Absolutely. And also, ladies and gentlemen, you see I've got the recommended book in the description, the link to the recommended books. Go and get her books. She has written more than words I've said in this life. I mean, she has covered so many topics. And I do want to interview on all sorts of different books that you've written on this. The Gnostic Gospels, Revelation. I'm excited about that one. Why Religion? You told me, look, we need to check these out. And this leads me to the question, while plugging and saying, everybody go check this out, why are you fascinated with this topic?
Well, that's a great question, because some of my friends think it's weird. But I grew up in a sort of culturally Christian home in California. And although my father gave it all up for Darwin, he gave up a kind of ferocious Presbyterianism. And as soon as he encountered science, he changed it and said, well, those are just silly old folk tales. I have nothing to do with that. So I didn't take it very seriously. I love poetry. I love music. I love dance. That's what I was doing. But when I was 14, well, I was living in a very boring town. It was Palo Alto. There was nothing to do. And I was invited to San Francisco. I thought anything happening in San Francisco is more interesting than Palo Alto. So I was going. I didn't know what I was going to. It was a Billy Graham crusade. Now, who is Billy Graham? I didn't know. But there were 18,000 people in the sports stadium where I'd seen, incredible baseball games. I mean, it was phenomenal. And there were 6,000 more in the parking lot. And there was this extraordinary preacher talking about America and the sins of America. And I'd never heard anyone talk the way he did. I was really stunned. And then he said, but you can be born again, and you can start a whole new life. And wow. And I was 14. I thought that was irresistible. So I just loved it. I went down with the altar call. I was born again. And it opened up a whole world, kind of like another dimension. I felt like I'd been living on a flat earth. And suddenly, the flat ceiling is lifted and you are living in a world of God and Satan and Jesus. And it's a huge universe. And it's much bigger than your family household, in some little middle-class town. So that was great for about a year. And then I had to get out of it. I mean, I don't know what takes people out of those groups. I mean, you told me you were in one, But what took me out of it was that a friend of mine in high school, who was 16, was killed in an automobile accident with other friends coming home from a party. Mm. And when I went to my evangelical friends, I said, this happened. And they said, no, that's terrible. Was he born again? And I said, no, he was Jewish. And they said, well, then he's in hell. And I just felt like somebody had sort of punched me in the stomach. It was such a blow. I thought that has nothing to do with what drew me here. You're talking about the love of God. You know what? Wasn't Jesus Jewish? Really? So I never went back. And I just hung out with my maverick friends who were playing music and doing a lot of things that we used to do in the 60s. And years later, so I went to New York to study dance, to become a dancer. And I found out that I was pretty good. But you can't be pretty good in New York. You have to be fantastic, or I'd be waiting on tables. So I thought, okay, plan B. And I thought something about that experience with that Christian group, even though I couldn't stay in it and I couldn't live, it seemed like such a small world and a very limiting one. Something about it was powerful and really meant something to me. So I was trying to figure out, well, so what do we know about Jesus anyway? How do we know it? So I decided to go to graduate school and find out. And I didn't want to go to any church school to get brainwashed. So I chose a secular school. And, you know, who is Jesus? What do we know? Well, the first thing that happened when I got there is I found out that my professors had file cabinets full of Gospels I'd never heard about, right? The Gospel of Thomas, the Gospel of Judas, the Gospel of Mary Magdalene, the Gospel of Philip, the Gospel of Are you serious? And this stuff was about 2,000 years old, genuine early sources, written about the time the other Gospels were written. But they had been called heresy by fathers of the church for the last nearly 2,000 years. And so they were burned, they were buried, they were thrown into the river, they were destroyed. And the only copy that was found hidden in a cave in Upper Egypt, where it had been for nearly 2,000 years. There were actually 51 ancient, mostly Christian sources along with it.
Wow.
So we're saying, what is this stuff, you know? So I started to read the Gospel of Thomas, which is just a 14-page list of sayings, which it says, these are the secret sayings which the living Jesus spoke and which Judas Thomas wrote down. What? So the church later said, well, there was no secret teaching of Jesus, but there was. If you read the Gospel of Mark, chapter 4, it says that Jesus taught his disciples secretly about the secret of the kingdom of God. And he told them things he didn't tell outsiders. So what I learned, Derek, is that the Gospels of the New Testament are telling us what they say Jesus taught in public. But these secret Gospels claim to tell you what he said in private to certain disciples.
If I may, I must ask, because I asked this of Dr. Ehrman, and this was wonderful question, especially in your vein of expertise. Do you think Morton Smith forged the secret Gospel of Mark, or do you think that's authentic?
I don't know. I think it probably is authentic. I knew Morton a little bit. I was a graduate student when he was a professor at Columbia. But he wasn't a fake. I don't think he was a fake. There are lots of, that's the thing. There's so many secret texts and Gospels that we never knew about. He found that at the monastery of Saint Catherine at the foot of Mount Sinai. Well, that library has been there since the 3rd century. Mm-hmm. And you can find things there that you don't expect, you know. I found the oldest manuscripts. I'm sure that Bart Ehrman told you about that.
Right.
So,
and
So, yeah, there were lots of things. And I don't think Morton made it up, actually. That's just me.
No. And I appreciate it.
Because when you read fathers of the church, the ones who are orthodox, and orthodox means straight thinking, it always reminds me of orthodontia. It's about straight teeth. Well, straight thinking is what the bishops wanted you to get. So that's what's in the New Testament. And this other is what they think is really weird material. Actually, there are good reasons for that.
I was going to say, yeah, you also talk about, there's some things that sneak their way into the New Testament, though, that give us huge red flags. So when people talk about let's back up, because we could talk about the New Testament. We're going to get into this. You spend quite a good amount of time in your book on the origins of Satan in the Synoptics and in John, and showing there's a difference. There's obviously an evolutionary development taking place on the idea of Satan and vilifying the Jews, but we're going to get there. I figure it'd be good to start with, when someone reads the title of your book, they're either thinking, all right, this was a righteous, angelic winged figure, like a seraphim that was in heaven, close to God, like the closest to God's creation, the way the story's told. Michael, the archangel, comes up, kicks butt with the other good guys, and knocks him out of heaven. There's this battle. But then there's also the Jewish idea, and they kind of have Satan as God's pit bull. He obeys and does everything that God, tells him to do or permits him to do, in all in accordance with God. He's not an enemy.
In the book of Job is what you're talking about. Yeah.
Right. Yes, ma'am. And Satan takes on different facets, if you will. He's not the same in every place. And maybe you can elaborate on the history building up to what we find in the New Testament, and then we'll get into more after that.
Yeah, I never expected to write a book about Satan, because I thought he was kind of a cartoon figure, frankly. Horns and a tail, that kind of thing. But I had some really challenging times before I wrote that. And somebody said, "Are you angry at God?" Actually, our 6-year-old son had died of a very rare disease.
I'm sorry to hear that.
And yeah, it was awful. And somebody said, "Are you angry at God?" I said, "I don't know what you're talking about." That's where a question that my friend Bart Ehrman would have asked. Why aren't you angry at God? That doesn't make sense to me. I thought it'd be nice to be angry at someone, but there's nobody to be angry at. In the ancient world, they'd say, well, it's Satan that does this. Satan is known as, his name Diabolos means someone who throws obstacles in your path. So he does bad things like he does to Job, to sort of, make you miserable and get you at your worst. So I thought, okay, I'll write about Satan. Maybe that's a way of dealing with my own feelings and anger and frustration, because I don't believe in Satan. So I started looking at who told these stories about Satan. And first thing I realized is, this is a surprise to me, raised Christian. He's not there in the Hebrew Bible, hardly at all. Only, like as you said, in the book of Job. In a couple other places, there's a figure who's a kind of adversary, but he's really part of God's army. The angels are God's army. That's how they're pictured in the ancient world. I mean, God is an emperor with a huge retinue and a court, So I began to look at why people told stories about Satan. And what I realized, and you can check it out, anyone who takes Satan seriously and says, hey, Derek, Satan's trying to take over this country. Whoever says that and means it is not just talking about some spiritual forces up in the stratosphere. They're talking about people. And they can give you names and addresses. They know that there's God's people and there's Satan's people, and they know exactly who they're talking about. So what I realized, that stories of Satan, when they talk about God and Satan contending good and evil, they're really talking about our group, us and them. The good people, God's people. We're always God's people, whoever we think we are, right? And those people, whoever we think they are, who are Satan's people. So I called it a social history of Satan. That was my personal name for that book.
Wow. Because
how can an invisible person or imaginative person have a social history? Well, Satan does. Because it's about how people see other groups.
This is powerful. I must make a poke. I hope you don't mind me mentioning this, but I have some scholars that come on, they're PhDs, and they're mythicists, right? They're not in academia. And their proposition is that Jesus was an angel, right? Which that means he wasn't historical, which would go outside of the academic world. But one of their arguments is, and this is one of the things that you did so nicely in your book, they said, well, look, Jesus was crucified by demons and things like that, as Paul seems to portray, like the archons of this age. And what you did was so wonderful. You connected, yes, they were superstitious. Yes, they thought there were spiritual forces at work here, but there were people that were vilified and as the enemy. And this is why I loved your book so much, because it's not just spirits in the heavens. It's not just people on earth. It's this cosmic on earth as it is in heaven type of cosmic battle, which is the prayer that you hear Jesus talk about, on earth as it is in heaven. There's like this spiritual / real world idea that they had. And so it takes this and makes it reality on earth, which makes more sense for the historicists. But
you're exactly right. And that's what was different about my work. Other people had talked about religion as ideas and fantasies, imagination, invisible beings. And I want to say, yeah, okay, but what's it about? It's about issues that are right down here on earth. And it's about groups that are split. So when the followers of Jesus, like whoever wrote the Gospel of Mark, he said, well, I want you to know from the start, the Spirit of God came on Jesus when he was baptized. And the Spirit of God was with Jesus. But it drove him into conflict with the Satan. So Jesus's life is seen as a struggle of a man who is contending with the Spirit of God and Satan. And that is played out right here on earth. And all of that is when people, Christians, evangelicals, liberals, whoever they are, Catholics, Protestants, you name it, they're all talking about life here on earth in some specific way. So I wanted to write, what's going on here? So I was looking at the New Testament. I thought, okay, so in the New Testament, this writer is saying, well, Jesus is on God's side, okay? Who's on Satan's side? Well, I thought, well, it would be what? Who? It'd be the people who crucified Jesus. That would be what? The Romans and some of the Jewish leaders who participated. That's not what I found. I was really shocked. I thought I knew the New Testament. I've been teaching it. But I never noticed that in Mark, Satan is only identified with Jews and Jewish enemies of Jesus, and never with the Romans who actually crucified Jesus. I mean, Jews didn't crucify Jesus. He was crucified by the Romans because he was considered somebody inciting revolution against Rome. Crucifixion is the most horrible penalty, and it's reserved for slaves and traitors to Rome. And Jesus was regarded as that. So I thought, wow, this is amazing. Because we know historically, who crucified Jesus? The Romans did. Only Romans had the equipment. You have to have an army to do that. It takes equipment, it takes technology, it takes soldiers. Right. And the Romans did it a lot. I mean, they crucified thousands of Jews on the same charges in the first century. Jesus wasn't unique that way. In fact, about the time he was born, there were 2,000 Jews crucified near Nazareth for starting a rebellion against Rome. So, but religious people see this in terms of God and Satan. So I thought, this is so weird. Why would the followers of Jesus effectively exempt the Romans and blame Jews for what Jews didn't do? And I would realize the story was told as though the crucifixion was engineered by Jews, even though Romans did it. Historically, Derek, that doesn't make sense. They didn't have the means. They didn't have the legal right. They couldn't have done it. So I had to figure out why. And I finally realized that these people, followers of Jesus, were writing right after there was an enormous Jewish revolution against Rome. And in fact, it was such a huge revolution, like the American Revolution, trying to get rid of the British. These were Jews trying to get the Romans out of their city and their city of Jerusalem and out of their land and stop dominating all the nations that the Roman Empire dominated. But they lost the war because the Romans had massive military power. And they went into Jerusalem, and 60,000 troops, they devastated, they massacred thousands of people. They destroyed the entire center city and burned it down. The temple of the Lord was burned down, and Jesus and his followers then, who were still alive. That was 30 years after his death, were regarded as followers of a convicted revolutionary. So if you were a follower of Jesus 30 years after his death, they'd say, well, that man, he's a follower of that Jesus of Nazareth, that revolutionary. He's probably one of them. Mm. And so they were crucified. Peter was crucified. Paul was beheaded because he was a Roman citizen, and Roman citizens got quicker deaths that weren't as painful. Jesus' brother James was stoned to death in Jerusalem. Horrible way of dying. It takes a long time, like crucifixion. So they didn't want to be seen as revolutionaries because it was so dangerous. So they basically told the story of the death of Jesus in a way to sort of say, well, okay, Romans did it, but it was the Jews who instigated the whole thing.
Do you think that was to save their hide? Or
yes.
Do you think there was, let me ask you this, do you think there was any historical verisimilitude to the idea of Jewish sects disagreeing with a historical Jesus who's preaching some message, and he's facing guys on earth at this time that are actually rejecting him and actually saying no, and that gave them ammunition to say, look, not only look what happened in 70 AD, because you didn't listen to the guy, we're blaming you guys. You didn't listen to him, and God sent the Romans as punishment like he did, to the Babylonians, whatever else in the Old Testament. I don't know.
Well, you're totally right. That happened a little bit later, but early on, and there were Jews who thought Jesus was a heretic, and he was a troublemaker, and some people thought he was a revolutionary, but likely the evidence suggests to me that he wasn't. Some people claim that he might have been, probably not. But his followers were not starting a revolution, but they were under suspicion. So basically, yes, I think it was a save your hide thing, because it means, look, our leader was arrested for being and crucified for being a revolutionary, but it was a false charge. His own people ganged up against him, and they accused him of things he wasn't guilty of. And that's what happened. And the Romans wanted to release him. They knew he was innocent. Pilate was such a nice guy. Well, if you look at the history, Pilate wasn't that way at all. He crucified people without trials all the time.
I'm not laughing about the seriousness of it. I just think it's funny because it's like, this is interesting. Yeah.
Oh, it's so fascinating, because when you study the history of religion, Derek, it changes the way you see that whole collection of stories. It doesn't change everything, but it just changes the angle. So I began to realize, I started looking at stories of Satan as kind of a joke, the cartoon figure. And I came right up against the real world, just like you say, the real social world, and how followers of Jesus had really demonized Jews. And that was not a problem as long as they were being hunted by Romans and crucified and executed. But when they came into power in the 4th century, they legislated laws against the Jews. You could be burned alive for converting someone to Judaism. And in the Middle Ages, in the Holy Roman Empire, Jews were considered the killers of Christ. And they were hunted, and they were targeted, and they were, it's absolutely horrific to see how Christians have treated Jews for thousands of years if you start to study it. Jonathan Carroll wrote a book called Constantine's Sword about this, and he stopped being a Catholic priest. He said he was so appalled by the treatment of Jews when he realized what actually happened. So then when you look at the 19th and 20th century, the Holocaust, if you look in Germany, Hitler was actually, well, his propaganda minister was a Christian, believe it or not, Joseph Goebbels. And he said, Hitler is bringing in the 1,000-year reign of Christ. That's why it's the Dritte Reich, the third kingdom, is the third millennium. And he's coming as the forerunner of Christ, and he's getting rid of all the Jews who are enemies of Jesus. Ooh. And Jesus wasn't a Jew, if you read Nazi propaganda. So anyway, you can't blame the whole Holocaust on Christians, but there was fuel for that fire.
Even it did have religious motivation for
even
sure.
In the New Testament, and I was so shocked to see it because I'd never noticed. And my professor at Harvard said, there's nothing anti-Semitic in the New Testament. And I said, like, have you read it lately? I mean, I didn't actually notice it, though, because it's kind of woven into the story of the crucifixion in a way that I hadn't noticed. But if you read anti-Semitic propaganda to this day, Jews are called Christ killers. I gave the book to a friend of mine. He said, I sat up all night reading it. I didn't know why they called me a Christ killer in Boston. I'd never killed anybody.
Oh, wow.
And really, I talked about this recently at Stanford University, and 4 Jewish scholars in our group of it was a research place. They said, hey, we don't know anything about the Bible. We just know one thing, that the Jews killed Jesus. And I thought, whoa.
Yeah, see, I've interviewed with Rabbi Tovia Singer. He's a Jewish apologist, and his goal is to try and obviously, stop Christians from trying to convert Jews to Christianity. And so he deals with a lot of fundamentalist Christians. But he was talking, and I think this is a perfect segue to get into the Gospels a little bit, to hear your insight on the evolution, so to speak, of what's happening. We briefly touched it, but in your book, you actually go and show examples. I don't expect you to necessarily have to pull up examples, but Mark starts off, and it doesn't really carry the depth of anti-Semitism, whereas Rabbi Singer believes that Matthew's actually more anti-Semitic than what people give credit for. And one of the reasons he did, and this is just an example love to get your insight on, he says, you got a GPS for a star that's directing you to where the Messiah is. Now you have to stop at King Herod's palace. For what? To ask him where you got the star directing you. Why are you asking him where the Messiah is? So he said the point is, he thinks, is that the author's trying to say at every turn the Jews don't get it. And they're blamed. Blame the king of the Jews right here for wanting to be a Christ killer himself. He's wanting to hunt the Messiah. That's anti-Semitism. What do you think?
I think that's true. And what Matthew is saying there is that when Jesus is born in Bethlehem, who comes to give him gifts and worship him?
Gentile, foreigner, strangers.
The representatives of all the Gentile nations, because the 3 Magi, the 3 kings, represent the 3 nations of the world as seen from the Hebrew Bible. And the Jewish enemies of Jesus are, like you say, are trying to kill him. And then Jesus goes up on a mountain and gives you he gives you the Sermon on the Mount like Moses. I mean, he's pictured like Moses, but it's a book that appeals deeply to people who love the Hebrew Bible. But as you say, the 4 Gospels are written after the death of Jesus. Mark about maybe 40 years after, Matthew and Luke 50 or 60 years after, and John maybe 60 or years after. And the further you get from the history, the more hostile these get to the Jews. If you look at John 8:44, right? Jesus is speaking to Jews who did not believe in him. And he says, you come from your father, the devil. They say, our father is Abraham. No, you come from your father, the devil. And in the story of Jesus's crucifixion in John, Jesus says to Pilate, Pilate says, your own people turned you over to me. And I've got nothing against you. I mean, Pilate is Mr. Good Guy, and he wants to talk to Jesus about philosophy. But the Jews are trying to kill him. The Jews hate him. In Matthew says the whole people shouted out, crucify him. This is totally anti-historical, I believe, for reasons I show in the book.
If I may, and this is a great point you bring up, it goes right into the "you are of your father, the devil," or Satan. When we go back into the Old Testament, the Hebrew Bible, and we find this narrative of the serpent in the garden.
Yeah.
Revelation harps on this. Now, in its original context, I get it. This didn't mean necessarily what they make it mean in the New Testament. Context is oftentimes rehashed throughout the Bible. Even in the prophets, it means something different than it did in its original context, maybe in the Pentateuch.
Yeah.
But my question gets to, and this is going to lead us also into the Gnostics in a way, but right now I wanted to center on the Gospels. There's the idea and argument in Genesis 6 that these are giants. Why? It's clear that the Mesopotamian backdrop to the source material here is pulling off the Apkallu, and there's all these giant heavenly sages that are teaching mankind all of these tools of civilization that they're not supposed to do, and they're annoying the gods. Depending on the source you get, they're too noisy, and they're doing the labor for the gods, and the gods are like, look, send them a flood. Well, in the Bible, it's different. It's wickedness and cruelty, and they're being very abusive, or they're bad. They're being very wicked in the way they approach. Let's flood them out. Well, Jews say that this is actually not divine giants, angels, or Elohim, small gods. These are humans, and it's the line of Cain. So this whole friction that happens, we know Second Temple literature, Jewish literature kind of indicates it's giants and Enoch and other things. But then you also have this idea that these are real human line, bad seed people. And the New Testament seems to act like from righteous Abel to righteous Zechariah in Matthew, he talks about the blood's going to come down. Well, who killed Abel? Cain. Who's Cain? Is he the father? What is going on here? Can you tell me what you found out about this?
Well, you just have there's a lot of stories packed into that. But where I thought you were going to take it, Derek, was that Christians, as I was taught in church, when I was in the evangelical church, from which I learned a lot, that the serpent in the Garden of Eden is Satan. But he's not Satan in Jewish tradition. In fact, Satan isn't even there. I mean, he's just a clever snake, right?
Right.
He shouldn't do what he does, but he's not a power of evil. But if you look at paintings like Michelangelo's famous paintings of Adam and Eve, or you look at Christian paintings, you will see the snake is pictured as the serpent. I mean, is pictured as Satan. So Christians imagine that Jews always talked about Satan, but they really don't. They do talk about fallen angels, as you say. But it's quite an amazing story to think about the Bible not as something that dropped from heaven, written in divine script, but some stories that people told because they were trying to understand things. They were trying to sort out what was going on right here on earth. And the stories about Satan are part of that. But the problem with the stories of Satan today is that they teach us that conflict in the world, your conflict with anybody, is basically a conflict between good and evil, right? And you're the good one, and whoever you really don't like is evil. You can't negotiate with evil, right?
Right.
You have to annihilate evil. And that's why you can't negotiate political disputes. This idea of good and evil is very powerful in war. It's been used in war by Christians for 2,000 years, up from the 7th century against the Muslims, through the Iraq War. It's been used by Jews. It's been used by Muslims. You kill all the people because your enemies are evil. They're not just enemies. It's not just a territorial dispute or something. So that is very unfortunate in a world in which war can destroy the entire planet. And I think we ought to unlearn it.
So in that vein of what I got from that is what we see in the New Testament, we're talking about the righteous blood of Abel down to Zechariah, is really a post-war scenario depicting why the temple's destruction, why judgment happened to you. But I guess what I was poking at is when the New Testament author, I think it's Matthew, or maybe was it John? It was John. You are of your father, the devil.
That's John.
Is he trying to say that you're from the line of Cain, or is he saying, what do you think is meant there, so to speak? Because I think there's an indication in Matthew where it sounds like it's this Cain idea. You know how the Jews talk about, no, they're not fallen angels. It's a bad line, a seed of humans, not fallen angels, or if you will, these giants aren't actual like supernatural beings. These are all humans. It's from the line of Cain that's wicked. Have you any idea how to rectify that idea?
Well, I'm not even sure. That's pretty complicated. But when John talks about certain things people do, he attributes them to Satan. Do you notice that in John's gospel, before Judas goes out to betray Jesus, it says Satan entered into him.
Right.
And Satan made him do it. So why did he betray Jesus? Luke says the same thing, that before Judas betrayed Jesus, Satan entered into him. So the crucifixion is blamed on this evil power. It's just, if you realize that people are writing these stories and they're writing them for a certain purpose, it does change your perspective. It doesn't mean you can't participate in Christian tradition, but you tread a little more carefully on what you assume is true about all this.
Powerful. Yeah, there's so much there to glean. I'd love to get into one thing you mentioned in your book is how the Jews expel Christians from the synagogue. And this happens to be something the Johannine tradition reflects and saying, whoa, we're not even allowed to go to synagogue anymore. Do you think anti-Semitism is what caused the Jews to expel them? Or do you think it was just they were a different breed of ideas that the Jews weren't having it?
Well, that's John 9. And what it suggests is that followers of Jesus were thrown out of the synagogues because the accusation the Jews make in John is that Jesus says he's equal to God. He basically says he's God. He says, before Abraham was, I am. So he claims the divine name that was given to Moses, the name of God. Jesus is God incarnate. And that message, you can't really be Orthodox Jew, because your prayer, if you're an Orthodox Jew, is, hear, O Israel, the Lord your God is one God. And if you're a Muslim, it is, there is no God but God, and Muhammad is his prophet, and God has no other sons. So Jesus is not acknowledged. So I think they rejected Christians from the synagogue because they were saying that Jesus was God. And that's blasphemy. I don't personally think Jesus claimed to be God. I think it is something that people later or claimed for him rather powerfully.
Well said. And that historical, we have good precedents outside of the biblical account to say that the synagogue rejection was in the 90s, I think, correct? Somewhere around there?
Well, likely so. Yeah, that's a possibility.
And I want to, closing the statement of Satan entering him to go do the deed, that answers the question in those gospels specifically on Satan being a spirit, that why would something enter him? So there is this supernatural respect here. It's not purely physical and only from a line of certain types of people. Don't get me wrong, it's utilized that way. But let's talk about the Gnostics. They flip this Genesis eating of the fruit narrative. This is a foundational question. And here's my question. As a Christian, I ask this. Did God lie? I mean, did God lie? In the day that you eat thereof, you will surely die. And
well, that's, some people thought that they interpret the whole story differently. You're talking about the testimony of truth, in which it says Adam, the serpent, was saying, you will not die. The day you eat of it, your eyes will be opened and you'll know the difference between good and evil. And that's what happens, right?
Right.
And so they say, well, who's the serpent there? The serpent was Christ. And how do you know the serpent was Christ? If you know the beginning of the Gospel of John, it says, as the serpent was lifted up in the wilderness, so the Son of Man will be lifted up. So Christ is compared to the serpent, which the serpent that is on the staff of Asclepius, the healer, the god of healing in antiquity. You know, you still have the medical symbol of the Cassideus, the symbol of medicine with two snakes on it. That's for the ancient, you know, god of medicine. And Jesus is there compared to the healer god who heals the world. But that story you talked about turns upside down. But Derek, I was saying, what's wrong with these other gospels? The Gospel of Thomas, it's just 14 sayings of Jesus, and half of them are exactly the same as you'll find them in Matthew and Luke. Blessed are the poor, the parable of the mustard seed, the parable of the sower, right? They're just the same sayings. Love your brother. What's wrong with that? There are other sayings there, however, that are, I would say, mystical sayings. And they say, the one I mentioned, if you bring forth what is within you, what you bring forth will save you. The secret of the Gospel of Thomas, they say, is the secret of the kingdom of God. But what they mean by it is the kingdom of God is not a place in heaven. And the kingdom of God is not coming at the end of time, like the world is coming to an end and then will be the kingdom of God. It's not spatial and it's not temporal. It's a metaphor. It's a metaphor for insight that within you, there's a connection to God. You have within you a connection to God. All of us have a connection to God of which we may be completely unaware. How do we get that connection? We read Genesis. It says God created Adam, which means humanity in Hebrew, in his image. He created, in the image of God, he created him. So what's the image of God? Well, you can't make an image of God in the Hebrew Bible, right? You can't. You're forbidden to make an image. The only image that the prophets use about God, I think of Ezekiel 1. Ezekiel, the prophet, says, I saw the Lord sitting on a throne. What did he look like? Do you remember that passage, Ezekiel 1?
Yeah, one where he's seated on a throne and there's the will within the will, or?
Well, the throne is moving. Yes, the wheel, that's a wonderful thing. Ezekiel saw the wheel way up in the middle of the air. But on the throne, if you look at the throne, Ezekiel chapter 1, you don't really see a being, a human form. It says something that sort of looked like a human form, but they don't want to say he looked like a human. But they say, what do you see? You see light. You see rainbows. You see fire. You see lightning. You see glory. The Hebrew word kavod means shining. Right. So you see jewels and rainbows and fire and a sea of crystal. You see lightning. So the image of God that you can use as a Hebrew prophet is not a visual image. You can't make that. You can't make an image. It's light. Because light is invisible. Light is a spiritual energy. It's not a physical energy. Well, it is a physical energy in a way, but it's also like an invisible energy, and it's a metaphor for the divine energy that brought the universe into being. So when rabbis would read Genesis 1 in the first century, they'd say, God made you in their image. What? What image? Well, it's not the way you look. It's a kind of energy that brought the world into being, and that energy is in you. That light, we call it light, just it's a metaphor for that spiritual energy. And it's in you, it's in me, it's in everything, because nothing exists apart from the divine energy that brought the world into being. So that's what the Gospel of Thomas teaches as the secret. The secret is that you have within you a kind of spiritual energy hidden. You may not even know it's there, but it's connecting you with the divine source from which you came and which we all come. And so what you're supposed to discover as the secret of this kingdom of God is you're not just Derek Lambert. I'm not just Elaine Pagels. We are beings that came out of the light that came into being in the beginning of time.
And that's the Gnostic.
And that's a teaching which actually is the foundation of Jewish mysticism. If you look at Kabbalah, have you looked at any of that?
I have not delved into the Kabbalah, no.
Well, it's a deep well. But writings of Kabbalah you were forbidden to write it down. And because foolish people can be told, well, God is within you, so you're God. I mean, no. You could take it in a very naive and foolish way, right? So they said you shouldn't write this down for people who are not spiritually mature. But when they are, you can teach them about the divine light that's within every being and within everything in the universe. And in the Gospel of Thomas, Jesus says, I am the light that is before everything. Everything comes forth from me. Everything returns to me. Split a piece of wood, and I am there. Lift up a rock, and you will find me. That energy is in everything. Rocks, stones, stars, animals, us. And then the Gospel of Thomas teaches that's who you need to know who you are. It's not just this individual person with this gender, with this background, with this family. You are part of this astonishing spiritual energy from which everything comes. And when you realize that, you know what? You may not need a church.
Interesting.
You may not even need Jesus because he comes from the same light. You can find a way to God on your own. You can be a freelancer.
If I may ask a couple of probing questions on this is interesting because it makes me wonder two things. The Gospel Thomas seems to be dated pretty early in your estimation, at least, somewhere after 70. But where would you put it?
It was known to people who were writing in about the year 150. So most likely it was, we don't know for sure.
Right.
Early second century, between 90 and say 120 or 30, we just don't know for sure. So some people want to say it's very late, but late tradition can still preserve oral tradition in the ancient world.
That's true.
It doesn't mean anything about how authentic it is. It's just that you're not supposed to tell secret teaching, and that was supposed to be Jesus' secret teaching, which every rabbi has.
Could you tell me if... Oh, I got a quiet echo. There we go. The Gospel of John and Paul... Is there this Gnostic teaching there? I mean, obviously, I am the resurrection. I am the life. Like that's a pretty bold statement to make. Can you tell us any Gnostic ideas? And I use the term Gnostic. I know there's this debate of, was there really a Gnostic sect? Well, there were various sects with strange teachings that sound very Gnosis-like. But do you find Gnosticism inside of the New Testament canon? And then I'd like to probe another interesting question your way.
Many people have. The word Gnostic becomes a dirty word. It's derogatory. It just means these are the bad gospels. Don't read those. I was told yesterday by a former evangelical friend that my books were always, he was always told they were dangerous because they can change your point of view. and these texts, Gnosis means insight, and it means insight about who you are, not so much who Jesus is. But if you know who you are, according to the Gospel of Thomas, you can find your way back to God because you have a secret link that you can follow inside yourself. And that's why you may not need a church. That's why you may not need a priest, a bishop, doctrines, Bible even. This is before there's a church, and before there's a New Testament, and before there's a Bible, the kind we have, and before there are Christian doctrines about the nature of Jesus. This was a mystical teaching that they say Jesus taught, and Jews have taught it for thousands of years. He was, of course, a Jewish teacher. If you read the New Testament in Greek, they're saying rabbi, where we read teacher.
So this makes me want to ask about the Gospel of Thomas. When the disciples ask him, and this is an interesting verse, when will be the repose of the dead, the resurrection? And he says, look around. It's already happened. And they don't see anything happen. It's like, well, what do you mean it's already happened? The reason I ask is there is a group of people who want to suggest that the resurrection, like they, of course, can't, the whole canon is speaking, they're fundamentalists in their thinking. So everything connects and all the doctrines are all teaching the same thing. They believe the end happened in 70 AD.
Oh.
And so they're called full preterists. But this Gnostic idea, I told him, I was like, why don't you actually read the Gospel of Thomas to support your claim? Well, the reason is it goes outside of what they consider canon, but it's like in this book, he tells you the resurrection already happened. And I kind of wanted your thoughts on this, but do you think the argument of cognitive dissonance, if you will, might be what's happened within the Gospels? They anticipate an end to happen. It's supposed to end. They're expecting a world actual changing in this world change.
Yeah.
And it took a spin, and kind of like what we saw with the Millerite movement in the 1800s. The end is going to happen. And when it didn't happen, half the group said it did. It was spiritual though. And the other half said, yeah. And the other half was like, well, we got the date wrong because nothing really happened. Do you think that's what happened with Christianity within the New Testament? And of course, the reason that the church continued, it never really ended. What was expected never happened. Do you think that's why they maybe spiritualized stuff in John, realized eschatology as they call it?
Yes, I think that's a very good possibility. And it may be also why others say, well, what's resurrection? It doesn't mean the body gets out of the grave. It's a metaphor for spiritual awakening, what the Buddhists call awakening. When you become aware of spiritual reality, then you come out of being basically dead to the spiritual world. You come alive spiritually. So they said that's what it means. And you can consider yourself already raised from the dead. But Orthodox Christians said, no, it has to mean that the body was in the grave and then it's out. But that becomes a doctrine of the Orthodox Church. The resurrection of the dead means the resurrection of the body.
I wonder if they're right about it, only because they're pulling from Genesis, Adam, Paul, and he's saying, look, the first Adam all died, second Adam all will be made alive. And whether you make a universalist claim here or whatever, the point is like, does Paul think that actual physical death's what entered the world through Adam? And does he mean actual resurrection? And what does he mean? I mean, this is interpretation,
Well, we don't know. But if you look at, for example, at the 4th chapter of Mark, where Jesus says he's teaching the disciples, I'm only telling you the mystery of the kingdom of God. And then he doesn't tell them. The Gospel of Thomas says, well, I'm going to tell you what he really said. Because he only speaks in parables in Mark for the most part. When you look at Paul, 1 Corinthians 2:6, he says, look, we too, we speak wisdom among the initiates. We speak divine wisdom, which is hidden before the universe for your glory. When the archons crucified Jesus, they didn't know what they were doing. And as you said, the archons there are not simply the spiritual powers. They are the spiritual powers energizing the rulers of the world, who are Romans, to do it. But Paul says, we have wisdom. I'm not going to tell you what it is, because you people are babies in Christ. You're not ready for it. I can't do it. I can't tell you things. You don't understand anything. You're just babies. 1 Corinthians 1 and 2. But people who understand the way I was taught, he says, were taught by the Spirit in a mystical way. Spirit speaking to spirit. And we understand the deep things of God. You don't. So you just got the elementary version, and I've got the deep version, but I'm not going to tell you what it is because I can't write it down. It's really prohibited to write down mystical teachings.
This is actually like his own vision where he says, I met a man once. He's talking about himself, and he's saying things I cannot legally even mention.
Yeah, I can't tell you what I saw up there. I was lifted up into heaven.
Right.
But I can't talk about that.
Do you think that this is a mystery? I guess I'm trying to pin Paul down. Like, who is this guy?
Good luck with that.
I know. Like, do you think he claims to be a Pharisee, but what kind of version of a person is this? You see?
We have very little understanding of Jewish groups in the ancient world. You know, a lot of that was destroyed partly because the rabbis, like the Christian church later, wanted everything to come from them. And they destroyed a lot of sources. We found them at the Dead Sea Scrolls. There are many apocryphal writings, which means writings outside of the Hebrew Bible, mystical writings, talk about, ecstatic experiences, talk about mysteries. And I think sometimes that the secret gospels of Jesus come from that mystical Jewish tradition, which is thousands of years old, and which Christians said, well, that stuff is heresy. He would never have said that.
Right.
I don't know. He might have. I can't say he did because we don't know. But I think it's quite likely that if Jesus taught as other rabbis in the first century did, he would have taught secretly to people he felt were on a deeper level.
Interesting. Okay, back to Satan, and then we'll start to wrap things up because I love this, by the way. You can tell that you have so much insight from reading the material and just immersing yourself with it that, and you're scholarly about it. You don't say this is you're very balanced in your approach on, I'm not sure, or I know, and so Satan.
There's a lot we don't know. There's a lot we don't know. That's really true.
The Jews get vilified. We know this in the 2nd century. Early church fathers are literally vilifying them and saying, you Christ killers. But we see a turn take place here where now Christians are using the term Satan against one another.
Yes.
And do we see that in the New Testament? We see it used against the Jews, but is there hints of it in the New Testament with other gospels? Is Paul talking to Jews when he's talking about let him be accursed, or?
I don't think so. He's talking about people who do things that he thinks are despicable, like somebody living with his father's wife or something like that, some kind of sexual.
Or circumcision on a Gentile, right? Like that.
That's a question. I don't know about that. That's the book of Acts.
No, Galatians, when he was saying
okay.
another gospel, and I figured it might have been, anyway, sorry.
When he says, if somebody teaches another gospel than the gospel I teach, let them be accursed, who do you think he's talking about?
For me, I would say, I think it's the circumcisers. I think these people, but then again, he goes on to talk about, castrate yourself then if you're going to circumcise.
He's talking about Peter and James, most likely.
Okay,
because
this is powerful.
Peter and James criticize him. And they say he didn't know Jesus at all. He never knew Jesus. Peter was Jesus's right-hand man, and James was his brother. And this Paul comes and says, well, I have a gospel to go to the Gentiles, and Jesus appeared to me up in the sky. And, Jesus had been dead by the time Paul said he saw him. And so they suspected that what he said wasn't true. And I think he's speaking about some people. You may think they're angels from heaven, but you know what? They're really not. I would curse them. He's very angry at Peter and James. That's the way I've understood that passage. Now, there are different ways to read it, I'm sure, because most Christians don't want to see Peter and Paul in conflict.
Because Acts mends them. But yeah, this is...
I mean, there's a lot that you have to sort of smooth out the story,
I think Paul does in Corinthians too call them super apostles. Like
yes,
he's
he does.
mocking them.
Oh yeah, those super apostles. I'm not like them, but I'm really better than they are because they haven't had the ascent to heaven that I was given.
Wow.
And they haven't had the revelations that I've had.
Do you think that when he said, I met a man once, he's talking about the moment that he received these revelations?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely. And he say, look, I've had revelations. He says it in 1 Corinthians 2. We have secret wisdom tradition. We know divine wisdom. I'm not going to tell you what it is, but yes, I do know what it is, and the Spirit taught it to me personally. And if you're not taught by the Spirit, you don't have it. I mean, Paul is pretty certain about his message being the only one you should really listen to.
Powerful. And that's the one that really takes over the backdrop of the Gospels in Mark. I really think Mark is utilizing a Pauline tradition. What do you think?
Yes, very likely, but so are the people who write these other Gospels. They think of Paul as the great apostle, and they say what we care about with Paul is not just what he's written in his letters, but his secret mysteries. So there's an apocalypse of Paul among the secret Gospels that talks about Paul's trip into heaven. There are other claims that Paul had secret mysteries, and we can tell you what they are. Those people can't tell you because they don't know. They just read what's written in the letters. We know the secret mysteries he taught. And the fathers of the church said, no, he didn't teach secret mysteries. He said himself that he did, but we know he didn't. And Jesus didn't either. Of course, they're ignoring Mark 4:12, 11 and 12, where Jesus says he's going to teach them privately. But the Orthodox line is that he never did that.
So let's mention the Gnostics and how Christians vilify one another before we exit.
Well, the Gnostics didn't call themselves that. They called themselves Christians. So yes, there were Christians who called them heretics. And so they said, heresy was inspired by Satan, by the demons. So you're just teaching stuff that devils have taught you, that Satan taught you. You're as bad as those other people, or you're worse. So yes, they use that. And then, Catholics and Protestants, right, in the history of Europe, were killing each other in the religious wars. They were burning at the stake, Catholics burning Protestants at the stake for translating the Bible into English, Protestants burning Catholics at the stake. I mean, it was a life and death battle because those people are evil and we are God's people. Both sides saying the same thing.
So technically everybody's Satan and everybody's on the right side from their own perspective.
It works that way. See, if you just say good and evil, then don't you think you're the good one?
I like to think so.
Well, so does everybody else.
Right.
And I've been called in certain circles, which you will understand, Elaine Pagan.
Oh, wow.
And people I didn't know this, but on some websites, that's what they call me. They say she's not really a Christian. And another professor in Atlanta at a theological seminary told students at Princeton when we were talking that I was trying to destroy the church because I'm teaching things that are contrary to church teaching.
What, if you could comment on that, what would you say to that person? Like, you're trying to factually present that there are more than one representatives, like you did on the show. I got to pull it up again. Here we are, right? On this, in this conversation. Oh, am I in the right one? Maybe I went to the wrong one. No,
if you have to go into the one with Stephen Colbert.
Did I exit it? I might have exited. Nope. Here it is. Okay, there it is. So in this particular interview you did with Stephen,
that's with Stephen. Yeah, that was funny.
That was hilarious. But you also mentioned, look, ultimately this tells us there were various forms of Christianity, and yours is just the authoritarian one, the one that won out in history.
Right.
And I ask everybody to go check your website out for sure. But
it's funny.
How do we know what came first? How do we know which version of Christianity actually is the most original? Or, you know what I mean?
It's a hard question. I mean, Bart Ehrman will tell you that it's proto-orthodoxy, but he's just claiming that the Orthodox horse won the race. So the ones that support that point of view are the racehorse to check, right? There were Christian groups all over the known world, from Africa to Egypt to what is now Britain and France and Spain and Iran and Africa. And they developed different ways of understanding the gospel.
Wow.
Because some of them had only one gospel to read. Some of them only read Matthew. Some of them only read Mark. Some of them, who knows? Some of them probably didn't read, and they heard preachers preach. Somebody
Probably
like Paul.
Some of these other letters too that you've been reading that you have in the
Yeah.
Gnostic letters.
And so there were many different versions of the Christian truth. That's why you have to claim that there's a straight thinking way to approach this. And we have it. Right?
We all have it. Everybody's right and everybody's wrong. Well, I ask everyone right now, please go down in the description. I'm telling you, if you're like wanting the book, it's not expensive. Go on Amazon, get her book. Also on Audible, the person that reads it does a fantastic job on the origin of Satan. Get all her works, because stay tuned. We're going to be interviewing her more. In fact, I'm hoping to put together an in-person trip. I'll set up a GoFundMe or something to make that trip possible, and to go and meet with Professor Pagels in person about her books and on subject matter, where I can interview her like I do with all the other doctors that I'm doing. So let's hope we can make this happen, make history. I'll fly out to Colorado and interview you on more insight that you have, covering all the books that you do. I got to read them, of course.
I would love to do that. The most recent one, Why Religion, as I said, it's not a history book. It's much easier to read. You can read it fast. It's short, but somebody said, why do you do this? I mean, the wonderful theoretical physicist I later married said, why religion? Why don't you study something with impact in the real world? And I said, well, why do you study elementary particles?
Well, I'm glad that you do. And I have to confess, this is the first video we've done. I have to confess, when I was a fundamentalist Christian, I heard your name. I saw you on a website with you give your comments on all of these Gnostic, like 90 something books. You've been around for a while doing this. And I said, no.
Bad stuff. Yeah.
Stay away from this lady, because I thought I was right. And you were working for Satan. That's what I thought.
Well, that's how it works, Derek. That's exactly how it works.
But today I think I'm on the right side. I really do. And what that is elucidating this information to a broad audience. And the more we know, I think the more we can break those solid walls down that divide us and make us love each other, to try and understand we're all humans. And I love your philosophy too. It sounds like this has impacted your personal life and your own journey. To some degree, you find a connection to this literature, it sounds.
Yes, and unlike some scholars and friends of mine like Bart Ehrman, I don't reject Christianity and think it's foolish to believe that. I participate in a Christian church that I happen to like a lot. It's quite open. It's an Episcopal church, which isn't too serious about dogma and rules, but it is an opening to a spiritual dimension, and it's not the only one. I mean, I think there are many other ways. One doesn't have to be involved in Christianity at all. I've been teaching a course with a colleague of mine this semester called Jesus and Buddha, and we've been looking at Jesus and Buddha side by side, and that's very interesting. There's another path there. Well, I don't think anyone has to be Satan necessarily, Derek.
Right. No, I love this. Thank you so much for saying that. I know somebody that I'm going to send that to that's going to love that statement at the end. Professor Elaine Pagels, what motivated you, or what was your driving purpose in diving deep into the book of Revelation, writing your book on the book of Revelation?
Well, Derek, this is the most controversial book in the Bible. It always has been from the very start. I mean, some people said it was heresy. Some people said it was true prophecy. And they were fighting about it thousands of years ago, right after it was written. And Martin Luther said it didn't belong in the Bible, and, all kinds of controversy. So I really didn't go near that book for a long time. But there was a time when the work that I do took me to Egypt because of the secret Gospels. That's where they were found. And I spent quite a bit of time in Egypt. And the Egyptians loved America. They wanted to have blue jeans. They wanted to hear American music. They love America, right? This is when I went there. But at a certain point, President Bush decided to invade Iraq. This was, of course, after 9/11, and he didn't go for Al-Qaeda, which would have been the right thing to do. He could have gone into the camps in Afghanistan, but instead he went, into Iraq, which wasn't involved with 9/11 in the way that he claimed. And I thought, how do you turn the entire Arab world against the United States? It's by that kind of act. I think Saddam Hussein was a terrible man, but I agree with him on that. But that act was bound to turn Arabs against the United States. And I thought, why did he do that? And then I discovered that he, being a Christian, an evangelical Christian, was basing it on the book of Revelation. And I thought, wow, how do you take a book that's 2,000 years old and say it applies to what's going on now? So I thought, how does that work? Because, people have been reading it for 2,000 years as if it were always about what's going on right now. It might be the 2nd century, it might be the 7th century, it might be the 15th century, it might be the 21st, but it's always current. How does that work? So I started to say, who wrote this book and why did he write it? It's clear to people who look at that historically that it was written by this prophet who calls himself John of Patmos. We think he was a refugee from the Jewish war against Rome, the Jewish Revolution, in which revolutionaries fought the Roman Empire to liberate their land from Rome, the way that the American revolutionaries fought to liberate this country from the British. Mm-hmm. And of course, the Jews lost because the Romans had far greater military power. And John was forced to leave Jerusalem, probably with the temple in flames, the whole center of the city burning down. Thousands of people had been slaughtered, raped, robbed. The whole city was absolutely in ruins. And John, being a Jew, would have been very deeply distressed to see the great city of the holy city of Jerusalem destroyed. But John was also a follower of Jesus. And there's something else came up for him, because he knew, probably having read Mark's Gospel, 13th chapter, that Jesus had prophesied that terrible things would happen before the end would come. And Jesus said that those within the same generation will see the kingdom of God come with power. And he said that the Son of Man would come in the heavens after this terrible time when Jerusalem would be destroyed by war. So John was not only devastated about the destruction of the holy city, but he thought, Jesus prophesied this, and now it's going to happen. So he, like other followers of Jesus, were very excited. So he waited 10 years. When is it going to happen? When is the Son of Man going to return in the clouds? He waited 20 years. And he waited 30 years. And it didn't happen. He had left Jerusalem because it was a destroyed city. He went to Asia Minor, to the great city of Ephesus, which is now in Turkey. And when he got there, he would go down the huge road that leads into this magnificent Roman city. And the first thing he would see is a 20-foot-high statue of the reigning emperor Domitian. Now, Domitian is the son of the general Titus, who had taken his troops into Jerusalem, and he's the brother of Titus, who had his soldiers torch the temple and destroy the city. So, where's the kingdom of God, he might have said. Jesus said it would come within a generation, but John could see that the kingdom that had come with power was not the kingdom of God. It was Rome. And Domitian was now ruling the world, the son of the man who destroyed his own city. And there was an enormous temple to the man who had destroyed Jerusalem, Vespasian and his son Titus, right there in Ephesus. And he must have been quite devastated. And if he went around to other cities, he would see these huge temples to praising Rome, the gods of Rome, and the emperors of Rome, rulers of the universe, right? And if you went to one of these temples, you would see a picture of Emperor Augustus, for example, ruling over land and sea. The next one would be Emperor Nero with his, he's about to cut the throat of a naked female slave forced to the ground, and that slave is labeled Britain. The next one is another Roman emperor forcing to the ground a naked female slave whose name is Armenia. And that's the way the Romans pictured the nations they conquered. So you could go around this temple in honor of the Roman emperors and their gods. You could see 30 nations that they had conquered and subdued and pictured as female slaves that were being dominated by Rome. And one of them was Judea, the land of Israel. So other people might be very impressed with the Roman emperors and their gods, but someone like John would be really angry. Where was God? How could he allow that to happen again to the holy city? So John, at that point, when he was in that city of Ephesus, or near, on the island of Patmos, outside of it, he said he saw a vision. And he said Jesus appeared to him with a voice like, thunderous waters, speaking to him and saying, I'm going to show you what's going to happen next. And at that point, he said he was taken up into heaven and shown that God was going to vindicate his people. And there was going to be a battle between the forces of good. The angels in heaven were going to come with the Son of Man and fight all the evil forces, which meant the Romans and their godless people. And he was going to destroy the evildoers and establish his kingdom on earth. The last scene in the book of Revelation, you remember, is the heavenly Jerusalem is descending like a bride out of heaven, and God is dwelling in it, and it's a glorious city, right? That's the end. So that was his picture. And that, I think, was his expectation. He was writing wartime literature that came out of his experience of the agony of war and his fervent hope and faith that God wouldn't let it go on that way, that he was going to come and transform the world. It's a very powerful book, as you know.
Yeah, there's a few interesting details that I caught. I became a full preterist toward the end of my being in Christianity, which simply is a teaching that all prophecy, mind you, I was fundamentalist,
yes,
evangelical, all prophecy was fulfilled. Everything actually happened. So we're rationalizing and we're trying to make it all work. And the way we looked at Revelation was, well, everything is fulfilled by 70 AD. I know it doesn't quite fit in your scholarly mindset of how that would be, but we would argue that Revelation was written before 70, as if everything is predicting the 70 AD destruction of Jerusalem. And like these like women riding on the beast and stuff, and the seven-headed beast or the seven hills, things like that, we would reinterpret it to mean the seven hills in Jerusalem, or the Jews, the leadership, they were the ones who were the wicked and they were the bad guys in this picture. But
really?
This is why I enjoyed listening to your book, because it's a breath of fresh air on realizing you don't have to fit everything into that box. And I was trying to fit it along with other full preterists, that everything is fitting to 70 AD. You mentioned in your book that there was Fourth Ezra is also taking place in the same post-war situation.
Right, it is.
He talks about a three-headed beast, not a seven, and the three heads are Vespasian, Titus, and Domitian.
Right. And, people have done this forever, and that's very interesting. We really don't know when it was written. Some people that I know, scholars, John Marshall, for example, in Canada, thinks that it was written before the fall of Jerusalem.
Right.
I don't know. I think most likely it was written after, that he came out of the war and was anticipating that was going to be what would motivate the Lord to come and vindicate his people.
Well, some of the things they do is they'll say, John's supposedly measuring the temple. Supposedly.
Well,
right.
Following Ezekiel. That's
right. And I kind of thought, like, the way they'd interpret that is literally like he's going with a measuring rod and he's actually measuring the actual Jerusalem temple as if it's still standing. So that's their argument of internal evidence to suppose pre-70. And then another one they'll use, things which must soon take place. And they use that whole mellow concept in Greek where everything's about to happen. It's about to happen.
Yes, yes.
They apply that to the same concept where Jesus is talking about when you see these things, it's about to happen. So they apply all this language to the synoptic apocalypse, if I could use that language,
Yes.
as the destruction of Jerusalem.
Well, it is about the destruction of Jerusalem, I think. And I think it's more likely that it was written really in the aftermath, as like fourth Ezra, another Jewish prophet who was weeping over the destruction of the city, and saying, how could God allow these godless people to destroy his holy city, and what have we done to deserve this? So this is the struggle of devout Jews at that time. And the beast, the 7 hills, I think, are clearly about Rome.
Right.
And the 7-headed beast is the dynasty of the kings, just as you said, and just as it appears in 4th Ezra, probably from Augustus to the time of Domitian. You can argue which head of the beast is who, but these are the beast with 7 heads and crowns on its heads.
Kings.
And so forth. Yeah, these are rulers, and they're
Right.
Roman rulers, and they are monsters and enemies.
I mean, it's clear to me we don't even have to spend a lot of time. I think it's very common sense to see the 666 as Neron Kaiser,
Yeah.
the title for Nero. And then he's red hair, which we get the same description from historians. So when you're looking at extra biblical
Yes.
historical data, you're kind of matching this guy and you're going, he was vicious. And even if some of it's not true and it's propaganda about him, well, some of it might be, some of it's probably not. I don't know. What do you think?
Everybody knew that Nero was the worst. That's why he appears as the epitome of the worst of the Roman Empire. He was finally condemned to death by his own people, to a disgraceful and hideous death, which he only escaped by forcing his slave to kill him by sword. Nero was a dreadful man. So, however, how do people keep reading into that for thousands of years? I finally realized, Derek, that this author is using the language, he's saturated in the language of the prophets. He reads Isaiah, Ezekiel, Daniel. He knows these classical prophets by heart. And he sort of uses their images and reinterprets them for his own time.
It's amazing you're saying, this is so obvious to me, because exactly what the prophet John on the island of Patmos is doing is exactly what, say, Daniel might be doing using older prophets too. And
Yes.
it's this tool, this prophetic, symbolic, like Daniel talks about the 4 kingdoms or the 4
Right.
parts of this big statue. And you see Second Temple Judaism start to reinterpret what the bottom statue was. Oh, it was Greece. No, it's Rome. And they start to make it mean what they want in their contemporary time.
And the prophet Isaiah speaks about Israel's enemy Babylon as a whore, right? She's a queen, she's a prostitute, she's corrupt, she's rich, and God is going to destroy her and shame her. That whole city of Babylon. And Babylon is contrasted with the holy city of Jerusalem. So how do people keep reading into it? I finally realized that what John does, he uses these traditional themes from other prophets. He's one of them. And basically they are images that you could find in any child's nightmare. They're images of monsters, beasts, dragons, horrifying insect-like creatures that appear in Star Wars 3. And there are angels. And so there's a battle between good and evil. You see this in the dramas that we have, like Lord of the Rings. It's a force of good against evil. You see it in Star Wars, which is about Luke Skywalker, whose name speaks about a heavenly origin, and Darth Vader, who's the Dark Father, and they clash. So the forces of good and evil are battling in those stories. Harry Potter as well. I mean, these are all stories about forces of good, forces of evil. But the images are so universal, like dragons, beasts, monsters, whores, angels, heavenly kingdoms, that you can plug any conflict you have into that.
Like the mark of the beast. People are talking about chips. It's like, oh, well, if you have this stamp on your hand, right? Or like if you have the mark on your hand or your forehead, you can't buy or sell. And so everyone's starting to do every time. It's so Nostradamus, if I can use the term, that it can mean almost whatever. You know, the twin cities of the Father's flying angels and wings of, and you're like, oh, that means this or that. It's easy.
Well, it's a battle of dark forces and light forces, good and evil, God and Satan. And that works very powerfully as a dramatic scenario, apocalyptic scenario from the Hebrew prophets. And that's why it's so easy to plug in any conflict you have. And of course, whoever's reading it will say, well, we of course are on the side of good. And for example, what I discovered, this was quite remarkable to me, that when George W. Bush got intelligence reports about the Iraq War from Donald Rumsfeld, the Secretary of Defense's office, they would appear on his desk in the White House with a photograph and a quote from the Bible.
Wow.
One of them was of the American tanks going into Iraq with all of the guns at the ready. And the quote was from Isaiah, "Let the righteous nation enter." Another one was about shock and awe. You've heard of shock and awe, which is NASA's name for the bombing of Iraq, American bombs destroying much of Iraq. And that is taken from a scene in the book of Revelation in which the prophet John sees God's angels, 7 angels, with huge bowls, which they pour out on the earth. And what they're pouring out is the wrath of God. It is lightning and thunder and earthquakes. So there's a scene in the book of Revelation in which John says he sees 7 angels, and each one has a huge bowl, and each bowl is full of God's wrath. And one pours God's wrath on the earth, and terrible things happen. And then the second angel pours the bowl of God's wrath on the earth, and terrible things happen. And then the third and the fourth and the fifth and the sixth. And the 6th angel pours God's wrath on the earth, and it says there's huge explosions and noise and lightning, sort of brilliant light, and people die on earth cursing God. And that was taken to be the bombs that are bombing Iraq, which happens to be Babylon. It is Babylon, the ancient city of God's enemies.
So you think that might be motivating factor for why he went there?
I don't know. But in any case, he understood it, apparently. It's shock, you see, to unbelievers. But it's awe, if you understand, that the Americans are bringing God's wrath at the end of time.
Wow.
So, you see, I think that he, from what I could tell, and I don't know, genuinely believed that it was his divinely given task to fulfill God's will. And he was told that the book of Revelation, is encouraging the operations he took to stamp out evil on earth. So I think he may have been an honest believer who intended that. But that was how I started to understand, how do people do this for thousands of years? So that, for example, when Christians started the first crusade against Muslims in the 11th century, the Catholic King of France preached the book of Revelation. You've got to go and save the holy city from the infidels. That's what the book of Revelation is about. So the first crusade, with Christian armies fighting the Muslims in Jerusalem, was preached as the fulfillment of that prophecy. Then, when you look at the wars in Europe, in, for example, Britain, and the wars between Catholics and Protestants. Both Catholics and Protestants saw this as the coming of the end of time, and they both used the book of Revelation. That's why Martin Luther, when he was when he translated the book of Revelation, he had the pictures in it of the whore riding on the beast, and she was there identified as the Pope of Rome, the Catholic Church. That's what you have to destroy, said Luther. And the Catholics wrote a biography of Luther, and they pictured him as the seven-headed beast. On the frontispiece of it, you can see Martin Luther was 7 heads.
You know, this is amazing. I fell into the trap of that interpretation when I was a Protestant because I thought, okay, you really pit yourself against, you're a Protestant, you're protesting against the Catholic Church. And I thought it's hilarious because I watched a lecture you did on this specifically talking about this. But it's fascinating because Martin Luther did exactly what Irenaeus and the early church fathers did. Martin Luther at first goes, this book doesn't fit.
This book doesn't belong. But he figured out how to use it against the Catholic Church, and then in the Civil War, I can show you. Maybe you saw this. It was used on the southern side to indicate that Lincoln, the president, was being strangled by the beast, which was the Union, and therefore it was the task of the Confederate Army to destroy the evil beast. And it was used on the north, in which the seven-headed beast is seen with the 7 heads of the Confederate generals. And that is the evil beast. So what fascinated me, Derek, most of all, is that when you have a conflict like that, the war in this country, the Civil War, it can be used on both sides. Because both sides can plug themselves into, we're the good side, they're the bad side. And then the same thing happened in World War II. Do you know that Adolf Hitler, although not a Christian, his propaganda minister, Joseph Goebbels, was a Christian. And Goebbels set forth information to German Christians, both Catholics and Protestants, that Adolf Hitler was clearing the way for the coming of Christ. The Dritte Reich, the Third Reich, was going to be the third millennium in which Christ would rule the earth, but Adolf Hitler was his forerunner who had to clear the earth from pollution, which meant for the Nazis, it meant homosexuals, it meant Jews, it meant people who resisted Adolf Hitler. So Hitler was acting out the book of Revelation. And on the Allied side, the British, the Americans who were fighting Hitler, also saw Hitler as the beast. So that's what's so striking. You see this also with Christian propaganda against Al-Qaeda, and the way that Al-Qaeda and other extremist Muslim groups see this country as the great Satan, the White House is the Black House. I mean, they pick up the same apocalyptic imagery and throw it back.
Yep, from their own traditions.
Yes,
even.
So that's what's so remarkable about the book of Revelation. It is powerfully written, it's written with passion, it's emotionally powerful, and
it's a perfect ventriloquist dummy, though. It is the perfect you can kind of puppet it to say.
Well, it's very useful, particularly in war, because it is about extreme conflict. And, you know, one of the things that I came to, and I thought it was very interesting to understand, something about how the images in that powerful book can be read, can be read in so many ways. And then I thought, there's something about this book that really troubles me, much as I respect the power of the writing. And that is that what it teaches, what that apocalyptic scenario teaches, is that you cannot compromise with those people that you think are evil. You cannot negotiate. If you have a conflict, you are on God's side, they are on Satan's side, whoever you think they are. So you have to annihilate them. So what it teaches people is you can't negotiate with the other side. You have to destroy them. That's why you mentioned, for example, QAnon. It is a religious movement. It uses the same apocalyptic imagery in its own way. And many of the people, I'm told by people who were there, when many people went into the Capitol on the 6th of January, were serious Christian believers who believed they were saving this country from evil forces. So the problem I have with the book of Revelation is that that's what it teaches us about conflict. And I think, for myself, I would say what we need to learn about conflict is that people on different sides of important issues have different interests. And if you sit down and listen to them, you do what the American government was set up to do with different parties. You negotiate, you listen to them, you give a little, you take a little, they give a little, you take a little, you work it out so that you find a solution that isn't the solution of either side, but it's a compromise between people with very different views. That's what the American government was set up to be. But that book of Revelation and the way this ancient tradition of apocalyptic thinking says, no, you can't do that. You can't compromise. You have to annihilate them. So I think that putting that into our politics, or any politics, the politics of Israel or the politics of Turkey or any country whatsoever that is using that kind of imagery, teaches you that you have to annihilate and destroy the enemy.
I brought up Tertullian, and then I said, you know what? It seems like we've got some Orthodox heretics, people that seem to be on the right path, like Origen seemed to be on the right path, and then, whoa, hold on, this guy went into some dangerous areas he shouldn't have gone. I don't know, he might be a heretic. What's a heretic? And then maybe tell us about...
Well, the word heresy means choice, and it is a label that people use when they disagree. Right? Now, look at Christians today, okay? We've got Baptist, Pentecostalists, Russian Orthodox, Roman Catholics. Who have I left out? I mean, many. Methodists, Presbyterians, Quakers, Mormons. They call each other heretics, don't they? And in the early Christian movement, that label was used very freely when people disagreed. So then you have someone who's considered one of the great founders of the Christian church. He was a convert to Christianity in North Africa. We don't know whether his family was Roman or native African. His name is Tertullian. He was trained as a barrister, probably in the law. He grew up in the 2nd century, and he became a famous Christian teacher. And he's the one who says, I'm going to define what's orthodox for you. He wrote a prescription against heresy. He said, heresy, it's poison. It's like a scorpion. Scorpion stings you, you can die of the poison. And heresy is poison. So just, you have to avoid it at all costs. The way you avoid it is you take what I'm telling you. I call it the regula fide, because I'm speaking Latin, rule of faith, okay? Jesus is the Son of God. He was born of a virgin. He was crucified and died and rose bodily in the flesh. That's the rule of faith, okay? That's what we know. You've got to believe that. And when you believe that, you have to stop. And stop believing everything else, because all these heretics have terrible ideas, and they let women, celebrate the Eucharist. They talk about their visions, they talk about spiritual depth. Avoid that stuff. Later in his life, Tertullian was called a heretic because he joined a group that had been reading the Apocalypse of John from the New Testament and became convinced it was a revival movement. In the year 160 to 170 in North Africa and parts of Asia Minor, part of the Roman Empire, a prophet came, and other prophets with him, saying, the time is coming. Jesus is coming back. The New Jerusalem is going to happen. The kingdom of God is about to come right now. And these prophets spoke that and preached it in churches all over the world at the time. Tertullian became convinced, this charismatic Christian movement, the kingdom of God is coming now, very, very soon. He joined that, and therefore, for that reason, he himself was called a heretic by the Orthodox. And then he called them people who just didn't get it.
Yeah, I think you said in your book that they were just kind of bishops who just go through the motions, almost like they get baptized. There's no real experience.
Yes, well, somebody called them dry canals. I mean, you know, you think they're full of living water, but they're all dried up and they don't know what they're doing. So Tertullian then attacked the Orthodox Church on that ground. So this is a very fluid term. Heretic can mean anyone you don't like. I mean, if you are a certain kind of Christian in any group that anyone who's with us today can speak about, you could call those people who say they're Christians heretics because they're interpreting things differently.
I love it because he was, and I suspect he still was against the Gnostics, if you could use the term as they like to use it, even in his later years.
Yes.
However, because I mean, the Gnostics, depending on the teaching, and you point out there's a lot of different people with different views, the kingdom was now. They're not waiting for the kingdom. The kingdom is now. They had the kingdom, or they were kind of the embodiment of the kingdom of God.
Yes, although the group he joined was convinced that the message of Jesus, that the kingdom is coming soon in Judgment Day, they were expecting it to come very soon in their own time, as many people have ever since.
I think it's amazing how he's interpreting Revelation
Yes.
to 160s to 180s AD.
Absolutely. It was called a charismatic revival movement. It wasn't different viewpoints. It was just the sense that what Jesus said would happen at the end of time is now. And that movement was later called heresy by the church, and bishops tried to exorcise demons from the prophets who gave that kind of teaching.
So Tertullian, before we get off at him, because he's an interesting fellow, was he one of the major players on what the canon should be, or what specifically did Tertullian?
Well, he spoke about the rule of faith. Now, you know, Derek, he's living in about the year 160 to 200, right?
Right.
That is a long time before you have a canon. You don't have a canon for 200 years more. Even 150 years after Tertullian, people are arguing about what should be in the New Testament. And the only reason they're doing that is that suddenly something astonishing happens. Instead of being persecuted for being Christians in the Roman Empire and suspect by the Roman authorities, there's an emperor who suddenly became a Christian himself, right? Constantine. And the world changed overnight. Not overnight, over maybe a few decades, because they didn't have instant communication in those days. But when Constantine became a Christian and the emperor of the Roman world, he went to a bishop and said, okay, so get me a copy of your sacred writings. And the bishop, Eusebius, said, all right, but which ones? Which ones do we put in the sacred writings that we're going to call the New Testament? So Eusebius sort of takes a poll of the most popularly read books. There were books like the Gospel of Matthew, the Gospel of Luke. Those are read a lot. Gospel of John, Gospel of Thomas. These are all widely read. And letters of Paul, letters of James, letters of Peter. Are they authentic? There are questions about that. Which letters of Paul are authentic? Questions about that. So he puts together a collection and says, well, these are the books that people agree on. And then these are books that are still controversial and that aren't agreed upon. He put the book of Revelation actually into both categories, the agreed upon books and the heretical books. But the point was that many bishops' councils met and said, all right, which ones do you think should go in? And a lot of people agreed on the ones that were most widely read, like Paul's letters, the Gospel of Matthew. Okay, that's well known. What about the letter of James? Is it really James that wrote it? What about the letters that Paul may have written and maybe didn't write, like 1 Timothy? There's dispute about those. But it's not until the year 400 or so that you get a clear definition of what's going into what we call the New Testament. There's a lot of dispute. So at the time of Tertullian, there is no New Testament per se. He just has a rule of faith, which is a statement of beliefs. And so later it becomes, all right, there's this set of books, there's this statement of faith. The Council of Nicaea defines and amplifies by committee a list of doctrines that you have to believe if you're straight thinking, that is orthodox, and a list of books later that you have to accept if you're orthodox and the others don't belong. Orthodox New Testament simply meant the ones you read in church. Now, secret gospels were never meant to be read in church because a church invites outsiders to come and participate and believe in the gospel and be baptized. So what you put in the church, or what you read from the front of the gathering, maybe it's in a house, somebody's, large house where everybody's gathered to worship. Somebody was going to read from the prophets. Somebody's going to read from the words of Jesus, from what they call the memoirs of the apostles. And those are for beginners. So you wouldn't put the secret gospels in that New Testament canon, because that's meant for beginners anyway.
Professor Elaine Pagels, thank you so much for taking these questions. My very good friend Stephen Nelson, he and I have been on this exploration trying to understand the context of books, allowing the author in those books to speak what they mean and what they're saying. We try not to harmonize because
Right.
you might neglect the context of something
Right.
by running to another passage. And so this, if I could use the word heretic John on the island of Patmos, depending on who's asking, he writes in Revelation 7 and Revelation 14 something
Right.
important. But let me read what Stephen has to say. In Revelation 7, after John hears the number of the 144,000 sealed, he looks and beholds an innumerable multitude.
Yes.
In chapter 14, the only group who can sing the redemption song is the 144,000 who are redeemed from the earth. But then an angel proclaims the gospel to every nation on the earth.
Right.
Are there two different groups being contrasted here? Is the author reversing expectation when he hears a finite number, then looks and sees an innumerable group? Here are the verses for ease of reference, and I'll read them. Revelation 7:4. And I heard the number of the sealed 144,000 sealed from every tribe of the sons of Israel. Revelation 7:9. After this I looked, and behold, a great multitude that no one could number, from every nation, from all tribes and peoples and languages. Revelation 13. No one could learn that song except the 144,000 who had been redeemed from the earth. Revelation 14:6. Then I saw another angel flying directly overhead with an eternal gospel to proclaim those who dwell on the earth to every nation and tribe and language and people. A related point may be John's allusion to the Psalter, Revelation 15:3. O King of nations, all the nations shall come and shall worship before you. Yes. Then Psalm 86:9, LXX 85:9. All the nations, as many as you made, shall come and shall worship before you. Yes. Psalms 22:27-28, and shall worship before you all the families of the nations, because kingship is the Lord's, and it is He who is the master over the nations. So the problem is salvation, according to the context looking at Revelation 14, they'll say only Israelites could sing salvation song, the song of salvation, and they'll say that's only restricted to the 12 tribes. But are there two groups here? Some scholars want to say they're the same. But from what it looks to me that it sounds like two separate groups. What is your take?
Derek, that's a very important question, and many people discuss that question, the scholars who work on the book of Revelation, because it's a dilemma in classical prophecy, in the prophecies of Isaiah and Jeremiah and Ezekiel. How do the people of Israel, the tribes, the chosen people, relate to all the nations, right?
Right.
That's a question that various prophets answered in different ways. As I read this, and I just wrote an article about this with other colleagues, we spoke at a major conference about that question.
Wow.
it seems to us that there are clearly two groups. The 12,000, as the passage says, are drawn from all the 12 tribes of Israel. And if you look at what, say, the scholar Richard Balcom writes in his famous book on this, that is a conscripted number of army members. That is, if you're going to war in Israel, you call up 12,000 men from each of the tribes, and they're supposed to be celibate for the purposes of holy war, and they're holy, and they have to observe careful purification rituals before they go into holy war.
Wow.
So they are the elite troops of the Lamb. They stand, chapter 14, on the Mount Zion, and with the Messiah, and the 144,000 are with him, and the angelic army is behind them. That's Israel. Those are the elite troops. At the same time, as you noted, Revelation says, yes, but the New Jerusalem, the final glory of God in the city of God, is not only for Israel. It also, as the prophet Isaiah said, or at least in 3rd Isaiah, it will include all the Gentiles. They may come in. If they come and worship the God of Israel, if they come and worship the Messiah, Jesus Christ, then they also can enter the city. They're not the elite troops, but they're allowed in because the crucifixion of Jesus has ransomed them from their sin and washed them white of their previous sins. And if they repent, they can come. So the book of Revelation is written for two groups. It's written for Jews who see themselves as God's people being oppressed by the Roman Empire, and who will be vindicated in the end as the elite troops of Christ, the Lamb of God. And the rest of the people are being warned that if they don't come to the God of Israel, if they don't repent of their sins, they'll be destroyed. And if they do repent and wash themselves in the blood of the Lamb, so to speak, then they may enter into the holy city at the end time. So there's definitely two groups in chapter 24.
Oh, chapter 7 and 14?
Yes, and 24. Which says at the end, in the new city, that the kings of the nations will come into the city and bring their gifts, and they will walk in humble, repentant, but they will be allowed in. In fact, the author of Revelation says some of those Gentiles can even be priests of God. They can even have the privileges of God's own people at the end time.
Okay, this is so good, because I have to probe into this other area that you have mentioned and explore this with you, because this author, John, and we're rabbiting into these other questions, but there's a purpose behind this. You forced me to do this. First comment I want to make that I thought was amazing is the whole idea of celibacy before war. They seem to be virgins. Well, if you look at David and how he kills his best friend to take his wife, is it Bathsheba, I think, his friend is supposed to not sleep with her because they're going to go to war against the Philistine. And here you have David, these are commands, prepare yourself for battle. And this is a battle book about the end. That
when you're going into holy war, you practice celibacy, not as a lifelong commitment, but for the purposes of holy war. You abstain from anything impure. You have to be in a very pure state. That's the tradition about holy war. And so, yes, these are Israel's warriors going into battle for God. But that doesn't mean that all the nations may not have the option of repenting and turning to the God of Israel and turning to the Messiah.
That's an interesting point, because you say, if these are the battle warriors, 12,000 from each tribe, and this clearly indicates battle, they're warriors prepared for a holy war, then wouldn't it be very, you'd be restraining what's going on with and I then saw an innumerable multitude singing, or from every tribe, nation, kindred, and tongue in Revelation 7 and 14.
Right.
Are they going to war? It doesn't sound like they're the battle.
They are not the warriors. They are the beneficiaries of the battle that will be won by the Son of God and his warriors and the angelic armies. But you see, if you look at the Dead Sea Scrolls, there's a scroll called the War Scroll, and it's very similar. And one scholar, in fact, who knows a lot about the book of Revelation, says this is a Christian war scroll. But in the Essenes, who were devout Jews who detested the people who'd taken over the temple, who believed that the end of time was coming soon, who tried to keep them pure from Jews who collaborated with the Roman army, also were preparing for holy war. And maybe they were actually stockpiling weapons. The book of Revelation is not about military force, literally. It's about God's power coming. But the war scroll found at among the Dead Sea Scroll talks about preparation for holy war. It talks about where to dig the latrines and how what you put on your swords and your lances and your shields, and how you chant the name of the Lord as you go into battle. Not the name, but I mean you substitutes for the holy name that Orthodox Jews don't speak the name actually of God. But
Hashem, I think, isn't it?
Yes, but they speak about the glory of the Lord, right? As they go into war. And so they have the same vision as John of Patmos. They don't have the same sense that John does, that we know who the Messiah is, because he lived, he died, and he's coming back.
So this probes into John and Paul. I have to bring it up because Paul doesn't talk about Christ in the way that John does. You've got a Messiah on a horse coming back, eyes flame of fire, hair white as wool, with a sword coming from his mouth. He's ready for battle. Whereas Paul has this kind of a different Christology on this coming Lord. And I wanted to get into I use the term Jerry Springer drama between the two, because I think it's important you bring this up in your book. John seems to me, and I think that I agree with you on this, for real, he's taking jabs at Pauline-type Gentile Christianities. In Revelation 2, when he talks about the Jezebel, this particular church in Asia Minor, Paul was preaching in Asia Minor. I mean, it's obvious there's similar churches probably that are being addressed here. And it seems like there's competitive Christian sects that Paul's combating, and these other sects that seem to be more Judaizing. John might be that kind of Judaizing type of sect. I don't know. Maybe you give us your thoughts, but it sounds like Paul's okay with the idol. Like they strangled idols, don't worry, they have no power. Other Jewish Christians are like, absolutely not. And John seems to be one of those.
That is what I came to think, surprised to see, that I think that John is very traditional Jew. He wouldn't say he's a Christian, because he's a Jew who recognizes the Messiah. He's not joining a different group. He's a Jew who really understands who Jesus Christ is, like Peter and like the others.
James.
And I think his sense that, preaching to the Gentiles the way Paul does, that it doesn't matter whether you eat kosher food or and don't bother about the gods and so forth. That is advice that Paul gives, as you say, to Gentiles. And Paul's mission is to Gentiles. He said that's what Jesus told him to do. But the author of Revelation is really in the classical prophetic tradition. And I think he sees Pauline Christians as kind of deviant in a way.
Yeah, in a sense, if I could use the term, and I'm kind of in the idea of some of the people that I've engaged with that I mentioned, he kind of sees them as posers, not really following the true doctrines. And he's trying to correct them. He's not so much so that he's neglecting, he's trying to rebuke. He's trying to say, oh, and the angel of the Lord said. I do think the author's trying to say these things, but...
Yes, but John of Patmos never denies that the people from the nations will be welcomed into God's kingdom at the end of time if they repent, because they're seeing, the judgment on all the people who oppose the God of Israel and his Messiah and his holy people.
Do you think that this classical Jew, John on the island of Patmos, expected the nations to maybe come under Torah, like the prophecies of classical prophets? They say in the end, Isaiah talks about this, in the end, the nations will grab a hold of 10 Jews by their coattail and say, teach me Torah, teach me the law, and they'd come to the holy mountain. In fact, 2 Chronicles chapter 6 and verse 32 through 33, there's a prayer from Solomon. Now, it's obviously probably put into the mouth, I would say, of Solomon praying this, but he says that people from other nations will do as your people Israel do, right? They'll come and they'll realize this is the holy temple. And I think it's the New Jerusalem that maybe John's thinking about as the holy temple that the nations will come to see. Do you think that I'm on the right track in that thinking?
Yes, but I don't think there's a simple answer, because I think that devout Jews were perplexed about what is the role of Gentiles in God's divine plan. And some, they had different points of view there.
Yeah, I saw a
And
lot of...
it's a perplexing question for them. I do think John of Patmos' solution is, well, of course, the holy city is for his people in the first place, but it's also a place where the Gentiles who repent and come to the Lord of Israel and come to the Messiah and worship in Jerusalem will be welcome.
Wow. Yeah, that's what I've been saying all along. So it's not either or.
There are clearly two groups. And as you said, the clue is that some are numbered, because, God knows his people, every one of them. But the innumerable multitude is this motley crowd of, Greeks and Africans and Syrians and, and all those other people that they know are there in the world who aren't Jews.
Interesting. Well, thank you so much. Professor Elaine Pagels, welcome to the Myth Vision podcast. I have been a huge fan of yours since, I'd say, 6-7 years ago. But before that, this is our introductory show. This is the first one. I actually avoided you when I was a fundamentalist Christian because you dared to go places I would not. And I thought you were... I don't know, I was in this bubble of a world where I just couldn't explore these ideas that you were, or books. You were going into treacherous territory that I just was saying, this is dangerous.
Many people have thought it was dangerous, Derek. I'm glad you brought that up. Because, I've heard that in some evangelical circles, they call me Elaine Pagan. But of course, I started out in an evangelical church as well. And that's what first showed me the passion and the power of these traditions about Jesus, right? I loved it. It was a Billy Graham rally when I was about 14. And, he was great. The call to the altar, I just loved it. I fell right in. And joined that church, coming out of a secular background, Protestant but not religious. It was very powerful, and it was extraordinarily moving. It just sort of opened up the world in a way. But I had to get out of it too. So that's what took me into the questions that you're asking and that we're both asking, which is, what is this tradition about? What do we really know about Jesus? How did this movement start? What matters about it? What doesn't?
Wow. Yeah, and it's super powerful to explore those questions without the authoritarian requirement of you must not go in these areas, and you explore them, and that's what I really find fascinating. So the first question I have is Gnosticism versus Orthodox. Your book, The Gnostic Gospels, was a bombshell. It
was for me too.
What defines the true faith?
That is a very hard question to answer. When I went to graduate school, I was trying to find out, what do we know about Jesus? So I was thinking we'd start to read the New Testament Gospels, which we did. And we realized that they're really not written at the time of Jesus. They're written 40, 50, 60 years later. But I was astonished to get to graduate school and find out that there were other Gospels we had never heard of. The Gospel of Thomas, the Gospel of Mary Magdalene, the Gospel of Philip, the Gospel of Peter, the Gospel of Truth. What are these? Where did they come from? Well, they came from the beginning of the Christian movement. But they were completely suppressed, censored, burned, destroyed by bishops and leaders of the church in the 4th century. So all we heard was that there are good Gospels and there are bad ones. And those are the bad ones. They're called Gnostic because they claim to give you different elements of the teachings of Jesus. The Gospels in the New Testament, as you know, Jesus is teaching out in the fields, thousands of people listening, 4,000, 5,000, whatever. these Gospels claim to tell you what he told his disciples when they were alone together secretly. And Mark's Gospel in chapter 4 says, when Jesus was alone with his disciples, he said to them, I'm giving you the secret of the kingdom of God, or the word is the mystery of the kingdom of God. I mean, you say, what is the true faith? Well, you might get a different answer from a Roman Catholic, or a Catholic conservative, or a Catholic liberal, or a Baptist, a Presbyterian, a Methodist, Pentecostalist, a Christian Scientist, Russian Orthodox. I mean, that's been a question that Christians disagree about. But these Gospels are meant for people who are at a different level of understanding. And so we were very curious about them as graduate students. Suddenly, there was a whole discovery made in Upper Egypt about the time of the Dead Sea Scrolls in 1945. Suddenly, somebody found a huge library full of 51 secret texts from antiquity. Many of them are Christian. A lot of them are about Jesus and his disciples. And when I was in graduate school, this is like in 1970 and 80, they were finally available to look at. And we at graduate school, only at Harvard at that point and at Claremont, were allowed to look at them. They were sort of stamped top secret. And we began to read this stuff, and I assumed it was all my professor said, well, these Gospels are just weird. So I assumed that they were just weird. But actually I found that some of them have very powerful messages. So that's what got me fascinated. And say, today we have a much wider range of sources about Jesus than we used to have, say, 50 years ago.
So to say what is the true faith is actually, if you're limiting your scope of text, like I did before I met you, and before I actually tried to learn from you and want to know what you did and the path that you took and why, you're actually limiting your scope on what really might have been the true faith of Jesus. What this man, Jesus, may have actually taught people. You may limit what that is when you're only sticking to the Orthodox canon.
That's true. And that word orthodox, it means straight thinking. And I always think of the term orthodontia, which means straight teeth. Straight thinking, this was because there were so many different perspectives about Jesus. Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John have 4 different perspectives. Now you've got a lot more. And then the question that the leaders would say, well, okay, which ones are straight thinking? Which ones are right? And that's a tough question to answer. So they created the idea, well, we're going to take the ones in the New Testament, we're going to say, these are Orthodox. Now later, when we students were looking at this, I was as surprised as anybody to find that there were Gospels like that. And I kept trying to think, well, what's different about these? Because they're all different from each other. And realized that the Gospels in the New Testament all stress how unique Jesus is. And Jesus, no doubt, was an extraordinarily unique, charismatic person. No question about that. But what they all stress is that there's only one way to believe, and that's through what you see in the New Testament. And the New Testament Gospels, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, are the ones that the church in the 4th century adopted to support its claim that there's one way to the truth, that's through Jesus. If you don't go that way, you go into eternal damnation. Anyone who's not a Christian, and preferably a Christian like us, whoever we are talking, then you're lost. And I think that, to me, that's a limiting point of view.
I think it's
I don't see that Jesus ever said that. Not in the New Testament either. Well, John's Gospel is different, because John's Gospel wants to stress that if you believe in Jesus, you're saved. If you don't believe in Jesus, you're damned. Whoever believes in him is already saved, and whoever doesn't is already condemned. because he hasn't believed in the name of the only begotten Son of God. So John's gospel is moving toward creating a sense, this is what you've got to believe. I don't see Jesus doing that in the early gospels, Mark, Matthew, and Luke. When you start asking the question, who wrote these and how do we know? We find out there's a lot we don't know. Apparently, these texts were circulating without names. I mean, and the names, the Gospel according to Matthew, are given in the 2nd century by people who want to say, this is the right one. It's actually the way Matthew taught. Saying the Gospel according to Matthew doesn't necessarily mean that the disciple Matthew, the tax collector, wrote it. It could mean the Gospel the way our teacher Matthew taught it. The Gospel as Matthew taught it. Someone named Matthew. And those, as you say, have been misunderstood because we don't really know who wrote them. And when Matthew writes, he takes Mark as his basic narrative. You know, Mark is shorter, 16 chapters. Matthew's twice as long. And he takes Mark's narrative and he sandwiches in other stories, other teachings. He changes the wording sometimes. He adds a birth story to say Jesus was conceived by a virgin. That's not in Mark either. And he adds many things that are quite different. So we have to ask, whose viewpoint is being expressed here? And what do we make of it when, as you say, when those Gospels themselves have different perspectives, as you'd expect, with different people writing them?
There's this interesting teaching about God in Gnostic circles. I'll use Gnostic as in people that weren't Orthodox, to say they had the knowledge and understanding, the inner knowledge. And then there's the typical, what we would call Orthodox, and that might be anachronistic, but there's one God. He's creator. He's the loving God, the Father of Jesus. Whereas the Gnostics say, the Father of Jesus was not what you see in the Old Testament. It seems to ride right into Marcion a little. Marcion has this I'm sorry, but Father God of Jesus is not this cruel God that you see, telling them to go annihilate men, women, and children, hating people, and doing these wild Bronze Age man type of ideas. It seems like he's crazy. And so Gnostics seem to have seen that and said, no, there's more than one God in the picture. There might be a supreme being. You kind of get the gist, even if you just stuck in the context of the Old Testament in Deuteronomy 32, where Yahweh gets Israel as a portion, as an inheritance. Who did Yahweh get this inheritance from? Is this the El Elyon, the Father God above all gods? It takes me into these interesting ideas that I wanted to ask you about the demiurge. And can you tell us it's not the Christology, so to speak, but the understanding of God by some of these Gnostics, and I know it may not be one size fits all, over against the idea that Christianity has taught for 2,000 years, or I'll say 1,500 to 2,000.
Yes, well, these people called Gnostics don't really have a single teaching, but and they're often accused of slandering the Creator. When I was in graduate school, I remember very clearly an African bishop, a fellow graduate student who'd come to Harvard to get his PhD. He said, well, the Father of Jesus Christ is a God of love. He is not like the wrathful God of the Hebrew Bible. And this is a Christian, now a prominent African Christian teacher, who simply looks at the Hebrew Bible and sees that the characterization of God, as, say, Jack Miles wrote in his book called God, a Biography, sounds like a different character than the loving and forgiving vision of God that Jesus preaches. And so some people suspected, as Marcion did in the early movement, that these must be different beings. And when Marcion's views were discredited for trying to separate the Hebrew Bible from Jesus and his teachings, because I believe, and I think many of us share, that Jesus was deeply steeped in the Hebrew Bible. That was his tradition. Those were his scriptures. So people who tried to keep those together rejected Marcion's views and speak of the God of creation as the same as the Father of Jesus. But people who didn't like deviance or people thinking otherwise just said, well, they're just like Marcion. They're just as bad. They reject the idea of God. That's not necessarily true. But there's a difference, you see, between what we understand when we think of God. Is it Michelangelo's picture of an old man with a white beard? Is that God? No, it's a picture. It's a picture. It's an image that Michelangelo painted on the wall of the Sistine Chapel. It was his way of imagining God, right? That's not God. And so these other followers of Jesus are doing something like that. They're saying, well, the picture you get in the Hebrew Bible isn't God. It's an image of God, which is maybe a deficient, partial portrait, so to speak. So you can't take it as literally true. That's why they say, what we mean when we say God is a transcendent being, far larger than our imagination. So they were then accused of not accepting the God of the Hebrew Bible. But I think that's a misunderstanding.
Let's get into this misunderstanding a little bit on the God of the Hebrew Bible from the Gnostics, if I could use that plurally, because it's not one message. It's not one group with one idea. The Valentinians, for example, we have to get into Valentinianism, if you will, and have you teach us, if you will, what that is. But it sounds like they think, and you could just tell me who thinks this too, if you don't mind, the demiurge, the creator of this world, ends up pretty much creating us and all things in this world. We're kind of trapped in this body, this suit flesh, if you will, and to do bad. But really, it kind of has a Platonic feel, like there's an otherworldly, better place, an ideal place, better than this that we'll go to. This is all corrupt. And it makes me think in the gospel, or not in the gospels, I'm sorry, in some of the pastoral epistles where John is talking about, don't love this world. What is he talking about here? And are there jabs at the Gnostics in some of these later pastorals? It sounds like they're jabbing at it. We've rabbit trailed off the demiurge, but can you tell us these ideas?
Yes, I think the way you describe it is the way that many Orthodox Christians have characterized these so-called Gnostics. It's kind of a caricature, I think, of, and it sounds more like Marcion, in which people feel they are trapped in a world of materiality from which they have to break out into totally spiritual existence. That's why followers of Marcion rejected sexuality and valued people who were celibate because they were more spiritual. They felt that they had to live a life transcending the physical body with its needs of food and sexual gratification and so forth. They had to become spiritual already on earth. And there's a hint of that in Luke's gospel, in which Luke has Jesus speak about those who become sons of the resurrection live like angels. And later Christians tried to live like angels by living in monasteries, rejecting ordinary life for celibacy, for radical asceticism, for trying to be as holy and spiritual and non-physical as possible. And that's the way many people think about so-called Gnostic Christians. Followers of Valentinus are not like that at all. They see one God, benevolent, Father of all being, beyond our comprehension, but only understood as a being that brings forth love for all the creation of the universe. So it's a very different and far more affirmative view. There are different kinds of Christianity among the 52 texts found in the so-called Gnostic library. Some of them do have a more limited, sort of highly ascetic picture of the world in which they would reject ordinary life entirely and reject the God of this world. Others the texts that I happen to really like the Gospel of Thomas, the Gospel of Philip, the Gospel of Truth, speak of a source of all creation, which is a benevolent fatherly being that is, as I said, is transcendent, beyond our comprehension, but entirely good.
So the demiurge, what is the demiurge?
Well, that is a term for the way some people try to differentiate between the way God is pictured in the Hebrew Bible. He's angry. He strikes people dead if they touch the sacred ark. He urges the killing of all non-Israelite people. Those pictures of God, it means, demiurgos means sort of half holy being. They say he doesn't sound like an entirely loving, powerful God the way we understand God. It sounds like a partial God. And so some people think that followers they call Gnostics see the world that way.
I think it's interesting because I took notes while your book was playing in my head, and I figure I'll skip ahead to just mention one of these interesting people that you bring up named Marcus.
Marcus the Magus.
Yes. And it sounds like the Gnostic teacher Marcus seduced one of Irenaeus' bishop's wives to follow him. Women were active in these movements, it seems. But this whole idea that Marcus seduced, and of course they put it as if it's a sexual seducing, but he probably was charismatic, and he probably spoke in such a way.
Oh, let's talk about Marcus the Magus.
Please.
In the writings of one father of the church, he writes about a teacher that he thinks is really corrupt. And he calls him Marcus the Magus, Marcus the magician. Actually, Marcus said he was a prophet, and he's a follower of Valentinus. And one of the things that really offended the bishop, who lived in a part of France, in today's Lyon in France, he was the bishop of Lyon. He was a missionary from Syria, preaching the Orthodox message. Marcion was a freelance prophet. He would go and groups of people would gather around him and he would start talking about his Marcus the Magus.
Okay.
Called, that's Irenaeus' nasty name for Marcus the prophet. And this prophet would start speaking about visions he had, spiritual revelation, spiritual development. He would offer then to bless you and invoke the powers from above to come upon you, and you also would be infused with the Spirit and become a prophet. He also included women in this group. Marcus spoke of the divine source not as only a father, but also as mother, as father and mother, beyond our distinctions of gender, transcendent to our understanding. But if you're going to use the term father, why not use the term mother as well? So he invited women also into these groups, and he encouraged them to participate, that they could learn how to prophesy, to speak in prophecy, they could baptize, they could become like priests themselves. Now, Orthodox bishops like Irenaeus didn't like that. In his world, women were supposed to be obedient to their husbands, as the letters of Timothy say. Women should be silent in church. They should have nothing to do with authority. They should not even teach children. So he was very irritated. And he said, well, he's leading all these people astray. Now, the word he used for leading people astray is seduction. And so he's saying, well, he's got all these women followers, and they just think he's a wonderful prophet, and they give him money, and they do, and he's seducing them. Well, he's not literally seducing them, but he's talking about God in masculine, feminine terms. He's inviting them to speak, to pray to God our Father and God our Mother, the Mother being the Holy Spirit here. Because in Hebrew, in Aramaic, in Syriac, the word for spirit is ruach, or something like ruach, and it's a feminine word. So the spirit would be understood as a feminine being. So in these early texts, when you speak about God the Father and God the Mother, you're speaking about the Holy Spirit and the Creator. Irenaeus was very furious, was furious that Marcus was leading people away from his church into these outdoor charismatic meetings in which the prophet would put his hands on people's heads and invoke the Spirit, and they would begin to speak in prophecy. They would speak in tongues. The women were invited to participate in ways that Irenaeus thought was completely wrong and indecent. So he accuses the prophet of seducing these women, getting them pregnant, making fools out of them, all kinds of accusations that are very often made when religious groups are in disfavor by others. Mm. This happens when, well, I don't know about examples now, but...
Well, contemporary politics, yeah, it happens all the time, and I don't want to get caught up in that. But
when you talk about political figures really involved in sexual seduction, mm-hmm. We've seen this in recent times. Yes, yeah. You talk about sort of horrendous secret cults with, seducing children and all kinds of things. Those accusations were made in antiquity. They were made against Jews, in some cases by Christians. In some cases, Jews made them against Christians. They even can eat babies and kill them in their sacred rituals, just as Jews were called baby killers. So these kinds of accusations of cannibalism and sexual irregularity are the ways that you attack groups you don't like. And I think that Marcus was a prophet and a teacher, a charismatic. The bishop didn't like at all that he was taking people out of the bishop's group.
People have interpreted these texts in various ways. There's so many denominations. It's unbelievable. How do we interpret this? Everyone thinks they're right. That's another thing. But fundamentalism, like literalist interpretations, are, I like to think, a problem in many ways. Now, some people might say, no, they're taking the text for what it actually says. And once you get into allegory or you start to get into the vagueness of certain terms, you almost lose the meaning. Like, how do you know what something means? But can you tell us about literal interpretation when this really becomes an issue or rises up in a movement?
Yes, Derek, you see it as a problem because some people feel very confined by a certain set of beliefs that they take literally. But it was seen as a solution to the plurality of Christians in America. So the movement we call fundamentalism started, as I understand it, in the beginning of the 20th century, about 1910 to 1920, a group of ministers getting together, Protestants, saying, too many people are saying too many things. Different groups, different denominations. We want to clarify this. So we will say the Bible is inerrant. It must be taken exactly to mean what it says. If it says the world was created in 7 days, it was created in 7 days. If it says Jesus rose from the dead bodily, he was raised from the dead bodily, you have to believe it that way. Now that's a particular American tradition that sort of appeals to American sort of down-to-earthness, and to some sense a dismissal of super-educated people that really don't know what they're talking about, right? Let's just get down to the basic facts, as if religion were all about facts. Mm. The harder you press those facts, the more questions you might come up with. But that's the problem. So fundamentalism was an attempt to answer that problem and make it simple. But it's really permeated a great deal of American Christianity in different denominations. And yet, if you look at the Gospels, if you look at the Gospel of Mark, the way the author uses symbolic language and non-literal language happens throughout the whole text. These people are not literalists. Dale Allison, my colleague at Princeton Theological Seminary, says Jesus had a poetic mind and an imagination shaped by the stories in the Hebrew Bible. He was not a literalist at all. He's speaking in metaphors all the time. That's what parables are. So reading the Bible that way feels to you and me limited. And I suggest it is limited because the people who wrote it were not thinking on that literal level for the most part. That isn't to say there aren't true things in it, of course. But to take it as if there were inerrant scriptures, I mean, these scriptures, as you know, they've been translated from Jesus speaking Aramaic into Greek, into English, King James English, then into 18th century English, then into 21st century English. What are you going to take literally? And as Bart Ehrman and others have shown, which copy of the Bible are you using? The one that got those words in the margins, or the one that took out these words? Or there are many versions. So it becomes a hard question. In any Bible you look at, pretty much, at the bottom has different possible translations or notes about variations in language.
I think the problem comes down to they don't like flexible Christianity.
No,
and
it's too many views.
And not only is it too many views, like when they don't understand or know something, like a lot of this, if it is allegory, parable, whatever, and they don't understand, then there's a lot of polemics that come up against them and say, you don't even know what actually it said. And so they have to come down as a dogma, like the dogmas that started in the 2nd and 3rd century, where they started coming down with dogmas, and they are coming down with their own versions of dogmas by saying, no, this is literally true, to address those problems of, we may not understand what this actually means. And no, God would never write a message where we couldn't understand what it meant. That's the problem with King James Version onlyist, is they say, as an example, they'll say, God has not preserved his true actual word, every jot and tittle, as the Protestant understanding of, inerrant infallibility of God's word. God hasn't preserved it, and we just now are finding these ancient manuscripts that actually predate or are better forms of the text. And here we had this Byzantine, we have this translation for 1,500 years we've used that was supposedly the Word of God. No, you guys' versions are corrupt and wrong and they're liberal or whatever. We have the right one. God preserved his word through every generation since Jesus, accurate to the T. And you see there's this polemic. They can't wrap their head around how we're just now finding out some stuff, and no, the key, and they're not flexible. So I think they come down hard like that on purpose.
It's hard for some people to acknowledge how much we don't know. How much do we know about the universe? How much do we know about where we come from? I mean, how do we know about what happens after we die? How do we know? I mean, there are lots of questions. If you ask an astronomer, if you ask a physicist, if you ask a geologist, if you ask a cosmologist those questions, they'll tell you there's so much we don't know about any of that. Mm-hmm. How does a frog breathe? I mean, we know elementary questions, but I'm saying, how do, basic questions about science, anyone will say, we have to admit what we don't know. And that's why in tradition called Gnostic, it begins with what we cannot know, or what we don't yet know. I mean, there it says there are things we cannot know. We can't fully understand a divine being that is transcendent to our level of understanding. So the first thing we do is confess what we don't know. The second thing is we talk about our experience that we are related to this divine source. But that's where it stops. And so it does take a certain humility to ask questions. And I value that. I know you do.
Professor Elaine Pagels, can you tell me about the Gospel of Mary Magdalene?
The Gospel of Mary Magdalene is an ancient text. It's at least 2,000 years old, but we never knew what it was because leaders of the church 300 years after it was written burned it, censored it, destroyed it, did everything they could to obliterate it. So the question is why? Recently, 5 pages of it were found in the find with the other secret Gospels. Actually, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I have to correct myself. Actually, it was the end of the 19th century. It was something like 1896 in a garbage dump in Egypt where you find a lot of old papers there were fragments of the Gospel of Mary Magdalene, 5 pages left. It was probably like a 25-page text. And scholars didn't know what to do with it. And they just sort of ignored it for a while. But it is an amazing text. This text suggests that it's not written by Mary Magdalene, but it's about Mary Magdalene. Here, while Luke pictures her as a woman who'd been possessed by devils, and she later has the reputation in Western Christianity being a prostitute, that's not in the New Testament. She was never said to be a prostitute. That connection was made later by some of the popes who were trying to show why women could not be disciples or priests. Mary Magdalene was kind of a figurehead. But in the Gospel of Mary, it opens the fragment we have in which the disciples are terrified. They're saying, they killed Jesus. They're going to do that to us. How can we go preach the gospel? They got him. They're going to be after us too. And they're terrified. Then Mary stands up, and it says she turned their hearts to the good. And she said, brothers, be of good courage. You know, the Lord has strengthened us and turned us into men. Well, actually, it's into human beings. She's made us into full human beings. And she says, the Son of Man is within you. Follow after him. Within you. He's within you. Follow him. Right? And so she gives them courage, and they begin to recover their spirits through Mary Magdalene's teaching. And then Peter turns to her and says, Sister, we know the Lord loved you more than other women. Why don't you tell us some of the things he said to you? Maybe we were away, we didn't hear them. So you might have heard something we hadn't heard. You have something to tell us? And she says, yes, Peter, it's not just that you were gone out to buy lunch. He kept some things from you that he told me. And Peter says, wait a minute, you mean he told you things he didn't tell us? Why would he turn and talk to a woman and not to us? And Peter gets angry. And he says, I don't believe the Lord said anything to you like that. Why would he talk to a woman? It doesn't make any sense. And she says, my brother Peter, what do you think? Do you think I'm lying about the Lord? Do you think I'm making this up in my heart? And he says, yes. Yes, I think you're just making it all up. And then his brother Andrew comes in and says, Peter, you've always been angry at women. If the Lord made her worthy, who are you to turn her down? Who are you to demean her? If the Lord made her worthy and taught her. And she says, yes, I saw him in a vision last night and he told me this. And Peter says, your visions don't mean anything. You're lying. So they have a conflict. And it's really about who is closest to Jesus. Is it Peter? Now, if you read Matthew, Mark, and Luke, it's Peter. He's the chief disciple. If you read the Mary Magdalene Gospel, it's Mary Magdalene. And she is closer to Jesus and one who understands him better than Peter. So there's this idea that various disciples had been sort of jockeying for position. Who does Jesus love best? The same thing happens actually in the Gospel of John, in which Peter and John are, competing to see who is closest to Jesus. The disciple whom Jesus loved, who claims to have written the Gospel, or Peter. And Peter loses out in the Gospel of John, but he wins in Matthew, Mark, and Luke. So you see that there are different groups of Jesus' followers who have different favorite disciples. But some suggest that Mary Magdalene was one of those. And in the Gospel of Mary Magdalene, Peter loses the argument. The other disciples come to Mary's defense and say, surely the Lord knew her better than you do. If he loved her, we should respect her, so she can join us and go out to preach with us. And so at the end of the Gospel of Mary Magdalene, she goes out and joins them as a missionary preaching the gospel. Now, why isn't that in the canon? Well, the bishops didn't like it. It suggested that women were capable of becoming missionaries and preachers and apostles.
You know, something that just comes to mind in everything you're saying, you know, we have fragmentary data. Our
Yes.
evidence is not great. And when you've said this a few times, it never really dawned on me, that the dating of some of these things, we try to date them late. It's like scholarship even likes to put a lot of these things really late in the game. But I'm kind of thinking, what if you're right? What if these go right hand in hand at the same times, if you will, with multiple groups, different groups of Christianity are already on the scene, and there's versions of this simultaneously.
Yes.
And these are the ones that didn't work out. They did not want these. So they get rid of them. It's not that, I guess I'm saying this to get your thoughts on, it's not that this Gospel of Mary Magdalene had to be written in the 300-400s, therefore it's just late in the game and they're ready to get rid of it. This might have been right there at the end of the first, beginning of the second or mid-second century.
You're right, Derek, that scholars often fight about dates. And they say, well, if it's written in the first century, that makes it better.
Right.
Fact is, we don't know when these things are written, because when it comes to the text like the Gospel of Thomas, well, we have a fragment in Greek, so we know it was available in the second century. It was probably written about the time of the Gospel of John, because we have fragments in Greek and then later copies in Coptic. For the Gospel of Mary, we only have a fragment in Coptic. It had been translated into Syriac and Georgian and Armenian and many, many languages. It was a well-known text, but the only one that survives is now written in Ethiopic, and it's preserved in the Ethiopian Orthodox Church. And Mary is regarded as a saint in some of the Orthodox churches, like Russian Orthodox, and in Greek Orthodox. I mean, she is in the Catholic Church, but there she's a fallen woman, prostitute. In the Eastern churches, she's seen as a major disciple. So we don't know about the dates, but if you like the text, you'll try to date them early. Mm-hmm. But you can't tell, because the texts we have are written much later in a different translation in a different language.
We just don't have great evidence, right?
We don't. And then you have a scholar like a major scholar at the University of Cambridge in England, Simon Gathercole, says, oh, all of this stuff is terribly late. It's all written in the 4th century. And his purpose of saying that, he doesn't know, is to say, oh, it's all derivative, it's all garbage, really. The right Gospels are the New Testament. So, but the fact is, you are right. How many scholars are willing to say, actually, we don't know?
I have to say, one of the reasons why I think what you're saying makes more sense than something like this is all late and garbage and get rid of it, is I just personally don't find it to make the most sense out of the plausible explanations that you have all these already substantiated Gospels and already these texts, and this is the way it is, and then people decide at some point, we're just going to start making up our own versions of it. To me, someone made these things, right, at some point, but to me, it makes most sense. Multiple splinter versions of traditions are happening at around the same time. And when you have so many, we talked about this before, we need a straight truth. We need one that's going to, we got too many problems. Look at the chaos that's going on. We can't figure out what we are. And so now we've got to cut it down. And male chauvinists, so to speak, people come on and say, hey, ladies out, be quiet. And whatever multiple other reasons might be playing a role.
And you know, when you look at Dale Allison's work about the Gospels, he says, you're looking at Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, Gospel of Thomas, any of them. What are they? They're constituted out of memories. Somebody remembered an episode, somebody remembered a saying, somebody remembered something he heard Jesus say, or this Peter said, Jesus said, or something like that. And those are the little nuggets that are written down in the Gospels that we have, 40, 50 years after the death of Jesus, written down from memories. But the question is, what do you remember, and who remembers what? Something like what you find in the Gospel of Mary is about a dispute between Mary Magdalene and Peter. Now, she must have been a rather powerful person among the followers of Jesus. She was apparently wealthy. She gave money out of her resources to support Jesus. She was present at very important moments in the story. The first witness of the resurrection, for example, after the men had fled out of fear of being captured and tortured and crucified like Jesus.
Right.
But who remembered it? there might have been women remembering it, and their memories don't count as much as men's memories, right? Because men are writing almost all these texts.
You know, a recent blog article on Bart Ehrman's, he had a guest blog article, and the man said Paul wrote to this woman, I can't remember her name, somewhere in one of his epistles, in the authentic ones. And it sounds like this might have been Paul's sister, who was in the movement before him. So I don't know. I'm just saying, like, it's a little bit speculative, but Paul's he's greeting someone that he's going to meet up with, that they, like, as if they know something he doesn't, or I don't know exactly. I'm putting words out there, so I could be wrong, but he's talking to women. They obviously are important to him. So if he's early, why is Paul worried about women in Acts portrays? Acts, even though it's later?
Well, it's clear if you look at the last chapter of the letter to the Romans. Well, he says, greet Mary. She was, a hard evangelist with us. And greet this other couple, man and a woman, who were apostles before me. So there are women in the movement whom Paul recognizes as very important. So we don't know, as you said, we have a very small fraction of whatever was written in the first century, whether it's Sophocles' plays, or whether it's Plato, or whether it's the followers of Jesus. We have very small collections from what must have been a much wider literature. And
to end this recording right here, what you're trying to do is expand people's thinking. You're trying to stretch their minds from the narrow, we have a dogmatic understanding, and a lot of it might be based on trusting church father tradition. And I think we need to really take that with a grain of salt and say, look, there's real human motivation behind some of this that is maybe obscuring your vision from seeing maybe these other not so popular were just as popular, but it took a collection of men getting together and saying, no, we have to condemn these. We have to, if we're going to survive this, or for whatever political...
This is better for our church. This is better for the organization we're setting up. We don't want women in positions of power anyway. So we'll choose to get rid of texts that suggest that they might be entitled to them. But it isn't me trying to persuade people of that. It's the evidence that persuades me that we do have a much wider field. I mean, I'm just as surprised as anybody to go into this field thinking, okay, it's about the four Gospels, and suddenly the whole field expands because we have all these ancient texts we didn't know what to do with. And some people could say, well, throw them away, they don't matter. But they were there before a New Testament collection was established.
Yeah, it makes me wonder. Thank you. Professor Elaine Pagels, thank you again for letting me come back today and continue this. Was the book of Revelation, written by John on the island of Patmos, a heretic? Was he a heretic? And there were debates for centuries about this book in the early church, going back and forth. Yeah, it should be, no, it shouldn't, and various reasons we've discussed in the previous episode as to why someone will want to use it. But can you go into this character, why they saw him as a heretic, and maybe some of the details that really red flagged him to say this doesn't belong?
It's a very good question. How do you know that someone who makes a prophecy is speaking from God, so to speak, a true prophecy? Well, the criteria when you look at the prophets of Jeremiah and Isaiah and Daniel is, does what they say is going to happen, does it happen? So if you say, well, we're in a war now and we're going to win the war, then after the war they say, all right, well, Derek said we're going to win. And he was right, so he's a true prophet. Or he said we were going to win and we lost, so he's a false prophet. So Jeremiah's book is put in the Hebrew scriptures, and Isaiah's book and Daniel's, because these were judged to have been prophets who said what would happen, inspired by the Lord because they were right in their predictions. Okay, so the book of Revelation is John of Patmos's prophecy. What is going to happen? How will God deal with the enemies of the Jewish people destroying the holy city and killing his people and devastating the Holy Land of Israel. Well, John said he's going to come in and destroy Rome. He will come in, and the Son of Man will come with the angelic army, and the end will come, and we will be vindicated. Jerusalem will be restored, and Rome will be utterly vanquished. Well, that didn't happen. That didn't happen. The Roman Empire continued, and not only that, an emperor of the Roman state became a Christian. So is he a true prophet? Some people said no. I mean, what he said would happen is the opposite of what actually happened. And so he's a false prophet and a heretic. And as you said, this is the most debated book in the whole New Testament canon. You know, in the 3rd century, Bishop of Egypt, Bishop Dionysius, carefully looked at the book and said, did the author of the Gospel of John really write this? And he went through and analyzed the literary style of the book of Revelation and said, they're written, it seems, by different people, because John of Patmos writes in a kind of language as though his native language is Aramaic or Hebrew, and whoever wrote the Gospel of John is fluent in Greek. Revelation's written in Greek, but it's written by somebody who doesn't know Greek very well. So he said, there are many clues here that these are different authors, that it wasn't the disciple John who wrote it. But he said, I do think it's a true prophecy. And there were others in Egypt who said, no, it's a totally false prophecy. So battles went on about this book. And it was only about 300 years after the book of Revelation had been written that another bishop of Egypt, now in a Christian empire, said, well, it's a true prophecy, but only if you read it metaphorically. Because he said, look, it's about the beast, and the beast is the enemies of Orthodox Christianity. And the forerunner of the beast is the emperor who supports the wrong party of Christians, and we are going to win in the end. So Athanasius, bishop of the great city of Alexandria, said, well, the beast and the whore, the beast is heresy, and the whore are the enemies who support heretical views that aren't Orthodox. But we are God's people, we are the Orthodox, and we are going to win. So just reinterpret it metaphorically, and it's a fine prophecy. And he is the one person out of 5. We have lists of what should be in the New Testament, and the book of Revelation was on the list of the books that we recognized, and it was also on the books that many people hated. These are bad books. Athanasius put it on the books that are accepted because it fit his understanding when he read it metaphorically. So that's how it got into the New Testament.
Wow.
And it's been there ever since. And many people said, well, Martin Luther said there's no Christ in it. But nevertheless, it's a powerful book, and it's compelling, and it speaks to many people about, you know, the force of good overcoming forces of evil. So it can not only be an incitement to war, which it often has served as, it can also be a hope for people who are oppressed. Mm-hmm. For example, during the time of slavery, abolitionists said, those who stand under the throne of God and say, how long, O Lord, how long before you judge and avenge our blood on the people of the earth? That those are the people who were enslaved, and that God will free them. So you find in, say, African American churches, many songs about 12 cities, 12 gates to the city, hallelujah, you know. The book of Revelation, for people reading it as people who were anticipating the freedom from slavery, read the book of Revelation in African American churches, in spirituals, in preaching, as a great book about God liberating his people from slavery. And that's why it's been a source of hope to a lot of people.
I find it interesting too. We talked about yesterday in the Gnostic Gospels about Irenaeus and the persecution that continued under Roman control. It continued
Yes.
for a few centuries at least before it becomes something where we're like, all right, enough in the 3rd century. Let's stop. We need to stop this. And they're using that whole vindication, blood of the saints. She's thirsty with the blood of the saints. That's Rome in its original context. And I
Right.
think it's interesting how that can fit. And it doesn't seem like it's too far of a stretch in Irenaeus' mind. Well, we know Rome is the problem. Look at how they're treating us Christians. Look at the persecution that's happened here.
That's exactly right. I mean, as long as Christians were a persecuted minority, they had to hide, and they had to hide their identity as Christians, because if it came out in court and they said, "Are you a Christian?" and you say yes, they say, "All right, torture him until he's, he's completely bloody, and then, crucify him or cut his head off or whatever." So as long as that happened, and Irenaeus is living in about the year 160 to 180, it's maybe 80 to 100 years after the book of Revelation is written. And he said, yeah, we know who the whore is. We know who the beast is. That is the bloody empire of Rome. And it was a bloody empire. Mm-hmm. It was a cruel and vicious empire, and absolutely ruthless to anyone suspected of treason toward Rome. And Christians were that.
And they used this.
So Irenaeus said, yes, that book is about us. He saw 22 of his own people from his own communities tortured to death, and in hideous ways in the public sports arena. It was a day of entertainment for the Romans.
I wonder if he understood that Nero was that the beast. Maybe he still saw that the lineage of this was continuing under Nero's being the head of that or something. Because I heard, and maybe you can correct me on this, I heard there was a possible kind of a prophecy in this prophecy of tradition from the church that either Domitian or Nero would be resurrected, and that there was this doom, like, watch out, he's coming back.
That's right. That's right. I most hear it about Nero. It says that the beast had 7 heads, and one of the heads was wounded, but it survived. Now, that is usually understood to be a story about how Nero was denounced by his own people, and he was killed, or thought to be killed, but some people said he wasn't killed, he escaped. They thought he hadn't committed suicide, that he's escaped to another part of the empire in hiding, and that he was going to come back. So the wounded head of the beast that returns was understood to be Nero coming back alive again. And yes, that would be a very likely interpretation by anyone living under that ruthless and
within the
bloody
first
empire.
couple hundred years.
Absolutely.
Wow, and that was something I think they did think.
Yes, it was only after Constantine, and that's 150 years after Irenaeus,
right,
that they said, wait a minute, Rome wasn't destroyed. Rome has become Christian. What do you make of that?
Yeah.
So maybe this isn't the right prophecy. But of course, the book can be read so many ways. And Derek, I thought it so appeals to the imagination and the emotions that it's always been a very powerful book, and it still is.
And that fits exactly why Athanasius metaphorically interprets it, and then it still is used after we see the Rome turns Christian. So now Rome turns Christian, we don't throw out the book. The book's part of the canon. In fact, we just reinterpret it, and that's it. And they have a new understanding. And then later on, new traditions arise out of Christendom that use it to support whatever their prophecy might be. That's really, it's just an interesting thing that you're bringing up. It makes me think on so many different levels.
Well, you spoke about the mark of the beast. It's hard to tell exactly what that means. I mean, it says, of course, in Revelation that you have to have this mark or you can't buy or sell in the evil city, which is probably about authorization, to be a tradesperson in Rome. But of course, it can always be read about any oppressive government that requires utter control and domination over its citizens. And the way that these do, I mean, to this day, it's China, for example, with enormous surveillance on all of its citizens. If you cross the street the wrong way, they can see that you did it. And they have ways to track people. So you can read the mark of the beast as the mark of any tyrannical, oppressive government.
I've also heard, and I don't know if this is something you're like aware of, or maybe you can comment on, that the mark on the right hand, which is significant that it wasn't on the left, on the right, because the right hand was a kind of a Hebraic symbol for I'm going to do good. And then the forehead is where you would keep the oracles of God or understanding God's word and such, that this mark on your right hand or your forehead from the beast, which means of Rome, is this idea that you're kind of a turncoat, or you're
Right.
compatible with this, and you're kind of doing, oh yeah, I'm going with the flow, but you're neglecting the very place where you would hold God's word. You kind of get that.
Certainly it's a sense of betrayal of God, right? Certainly
Right.
it's a sense of collusion with evil. Whatever else it means that you're colluding with an evil dominating power that is hostile to God.
And it almost seems like he's kind of provoking the idea by saying, be a martyr, because he'll vindicate you. It kind of gives that I'm not saying he's saying,
Well-
go die tomorrow, but it seems like you should resist this.
But in fact, in the book of Revelation, I mean, John of Patmos knew of people who had been arrested and beheaded and killed because they were Christians or followers of Jesus. And so, yes, he certainly felt a martyr is somebody who's a winner. He or she loses life, but wins because the person has not given in to the most terrifying force, which is the fear of death, and says, I will deal with death because I have faith in God, and so that person wins. Mm-hmm. Because the power that will ultimately win the battle of forces of good and evil is the power of God.
One more thing, and then this is so amazing. It seems like, well, I went in my head and went out the other side. I literally just lost it.
It'll come back.
Yeah, it will come back. I'm really fascinated with this whole idea. The question I had to do with John writing in, what time? And let's play the 96 time. Domitian is emperor. Domitian, from what I understand, there are historical sources that purport that he was persecuting Jews, but mainly Christians, from what I
Jews
understand.
who followed Jesus, we think. And it could be his name, that's the name of the beast. But yes, there are traditions that there were people in the imperial court, perhaps slaves in the imperial court, who were Jews, but they also followed Jesus, and that they were put to death by Domitian. And he was known to have been addressed as Dominus et Deus, Lord and God. Mm. And so when John of Patmos speaks about Lord and God, he's saying, you can't call him Lord and God. It is Jesus who is Lord and God of the universe, and he's going to triumph over this empire that right now seems totally, indomitable.
Wow. Thank you so much. The virgin birth seems to be, and I just say seems to be because the Gospel of Matthew is the first one on the scene to do it based on chronology. And it's interpreting this passage, which most Hebrew scholars will say, no, young woman, not virgin. But see, Matthew's good at doing this because he quotes the whole, he'll ride on the back of the colt. And he does two animals, but it's a Hebrew parallelism when you go to the Old Testament.
Yes.
So here you have this virgin birth come on the scene. And who else does it? Luke. Luke wants to also mimic, he likes this virgin birth idea, or at least he likes this birth narrative.
Yeah.
But you say there's a secret teaching or a teaching that isn't in the canon about the virgin
Well, there are
birth.
different ways to understand it. The start of this story is with Mark's gospel, right? That was written first. Now, what does it say about Jesus' birth? Nothing. Right. I mean, the story starts when he's an adult and he's baptized, right? And a voice comes from heaven and says, this is my son. Okay, so what it says about when Jesus goes back to his family in Mark 6, right? Goes back to his town, and he's been out preaching and doing miracles, healing people. So he's come back with a great reputation. And the people in town say, and then he stands up in the synagogue and starts to preach. And they say, where did this man get all this? I mean, who does he think he is? Isn't this the carpenter? Isn't this Mary's son? We know all 4 brothers of his, Joseph and James and Simon and so and so. And we know his sisters. I mean, who does he think he is? And then he finds out that he can't do any miracles there because nobody believes in him. But the key thing is, isn't this the son of Mary? Now wait a minute. You don't call a Jewish boy the son of Mary. You call a Jewish boy Jesus ben Joseph, which means in Hebrew, Jesus son of Joseph. Not Jesus ben Miriam. You don't call him by his mother's name if he has a legitimate father. So that raised a lot of questions about, wait a minute, they're talking about Jesus as a carpenter, a working man with brothers and sisters, lots of children in the family, a woman who has lots of kids and no husband. Well, okay, the tradition says the father had died. Well, even if the father had died, he'd still be called by the father's name. That's how it is. Today, if a father dies before a child is born, it's still his child and it's named with a father's name, right?
Right.
Unless he doesn't have a recognized father. So that's what the story suggests. It suggests that to a lot of people. And then people say, wait a minute, Mark, you said this man is a Messiah. He's king of Israel. He's related to King David. What? He doesn't even have a legitimate father. So Matthew and Luke try to respond to this story.
In Matthew, they're trying to respond to Matthew's story.
Matthew and Luke both create
Mark.
birth stories. And they say, because, and there are Jewish sources meanwhile saying, he was illegitimate.
Panthera.
He's nobody. I mean, he's really, and illegitimate children are very much despised in Jewish circles. So he might have been a child who was ridiculed that way. And so, but Matthew looks at, no, wait a minute. There was a miracle. It was a virgin birth. I mean, so it wasn't Joseph's child, but it was a miraculous conception. Well, people can take that literally, and many do. It's part of the creed, okay? Born of a virgin, okay. But if you look at some of the secret Gospels, for example, the Gospel of Philip that was found with the secret Gospels, it says, well, what it means is that Jesus had biological parents, Mary and Joseph. But he also was born again. And when he was spiritually born, he was the son of the Father in heaven and the Mother, which is the Holy Spirit. So the birth from the Virgin means that he's born of the Holy Spirit, so that, as is in the Gospel of John, whoever is born of water and the Spirit is born again. And that's what it means to be born again. Nicodemus is wrong. It's not a literal birth, right? It's a spiritual birth. So the Gospel of Philip suggests that just as you have a biological father and mother, and so do I, we can be born again and be born of the Father in heaven and the Holy Spirit in baptism. Because the name of the Lord and the name of the Spirit are pronounced over the person baptized. So that's an interpretation of virgin birth, which gives it a very different cast. Although I realized later that Mark, in a way, addresses that issue in the first chapter. Because, and this shows you that Mark is not thinking as a literalist. What is the first scene? Jesus is listening to John the Baptist. He goes to be baptized, and he sees a vision, and the heavens split apart, and he hears a voice saying, "This is my beloved Son." So the Father in heaven is the Father. I mean, Mark is saying, yes, he has a father. Don't worry about that. He comes from God. That
fits a lot of the data in light of the fact that the disciples don't get it. and he's constantly trying to tell you a secret, kind of, sort of. He's like, oh, it takes God from heaven revealing this to you. Like you guys are all stuck in this natural world, not seeing the truth. And that's what happens in Mark over and over. So that's an interesting point you bring up, is, yeah, maybe Mark wasn't thinking virgin birth. Maybe Mark's thinking Pauline, in a sense. Some esoteric way of explaining a spiritual way or something.
Paul says in Romans 6, which you recall, that we're buried with Christ in baptism, we rise again with Christ. So baptism puts you through the same process that Jesus went through. In burial, sort of death, going into the water, burial, and resurrection.
Didn't Paul say that those who believe were sons of God as well, or something like that?
Yes, he did.
So this fits.
And also, John's Gospel says that those who are born from above become children of God.
Interesting. So I think as many as believed in him, those became children or sons of God.
Sons of God,
yeah.
Yes. Through water and the Spirit, that is through baptism.
Interesting.
So the virgin birth can be taken literally, as it often has been, and it can be taken as a statement about being spiritually born.
I wonder if Matthew misunderstood Mark, or Matthew took it a different direction.
Well, Matthew was worried, I think, because Jewish critics of the movement were saying, he's illegitimate. What do you mean he's king of Israel? I mean, that doesn't make any sense. He can't be king of Israel if you're not from the right dynasty. And this guy is from a rural town in Nazareth. He comes from nowhere. I mean, he's a working man. There's nothing royal about Jesus of Nazareth. So Matthew creates a whole narrative to persuade you that you're wrong. He says, well, no. Did you notice that in Matthew, Jesus and his family, his parents live in Jerusalem? They have a house in Jerusalem. That's Matthew 2:12. It says that the Magi found this star, which was the indication of the birth of a great prince. And they went to the house where the child was. They entered the house and they saw the child with Mary, his mother, and they knelt down and paid homage to him. Okay, so they have a house in Jerusalem. But then, because of the king's anger, because of Herod, saying, wait a minute, I don't want any prince in the royal family being born. And Matthew's already told you that Joseph is in the royal line.
Right.
Now, there's a baby, and the prophecy is that he may become the king of Israel. So Herod wants to kill him, as you know, and Joseph takes the family to Egypt, and then until Herod dies. And then, this is Matthew's story. And after Herod dies, an angel tells him, it's all right, it's safe to go back. But he doesn't go back to Jerusalem, because by that time, Herod's son, Herod Antipater, I believe.
Antipas, yeah.
Antipas, he is ruling in his father's place. And Joseph is afraid that the baby might be threatened. So what does he do? He takes him to a rural town where nobody knows who they are. So that's the way Matthew says, look, you don't know it. And maybe Mark didn't either. But they were from a royal family. They came from Jerusalem. They had a house there in the city of the royal family. But they had to hide. They went to live in Nazareth incognito. So the young prince could grow up. They think he's just an ordinary working guy.
Yeah.
But he is actually the prince. And that's why they call him Jesus of Nazareth. But you don't know that he's from the Davidic line. He's a royal prince.
Interesting.
So that's how Matthew does it, trying to compensate for the challenges that Jewish critics bring up.
I never knew that.
I know, it's fascinating.
Thank you.
Well,
Professor Elaine Pagels, I have a couple questions we might morph into one, and it might be a simple answer that you may not know the answer to, and I don't know if anyone really knows this answer, but I wanted your thoughts on. And the question is, when is the earliest that people believed Jesus rose physically from the dead? And what do you think the original teaching was? So we talked about this already. We kind of mentioned that it's various angles on how to understand this. Paul may have been thinking spiritually, but when do you think physical became an idea in the earliest you could go, when would you date that?
That's a good question. We've spoken about the fact that Paul, whose earliest writing that we have, spoke about resurrection as an experience, a visionary experience, and of the body that rose as different from the body that we have now. It could be like a body out of light. He didn't know. He said it was a mystery. But as soon as the New Testament Gospels are written, and I'm thinking particularly of the Gospel of Luke and the Gospel of John, maybe that's 50, 60 years after the death of Jesus, there are stories that talk about a resurrection in which you could actually touch Jesus, and he ate food in front of the disciples to prove he wasn't a ghost, because at first they thought he was, appearing to them after they knew he died. So those stories are quite early. I mean, although, 50 years, is that early? We don't know how soon such stories circulated, or when people spoke of resurrection, what they meant. But we know that at least by the time of the writing of Luke and John, there were people who spoke about him being physically present. And both Gospels at the same time tell different stories which speak about him appearing as a visionary presence. So I think people just said, well, I don't know, it could have been this, could have been that. And those writers wanted to say, well, however it happened, the main point is that he was alive. It only becomes a sort of a doctrine of the church about 150 years after that, when Tertullian says, well, everybody thinks the spirit is raised. I mean, that's not a question. Everybody believes that. The flesh being raised, that is something we teach, and that's what we mean. You have to believe that the body was raised. Tertullian was a Stoic, and Stoics were materialist philosophers. They thought there's no such thing as spirit divorced from materiality. So you can't just talk about a spiritual vision without a body. So he said, when I think of resurrection, I write about on the flesh of Christ, on the body of Christ. And I write treatises that say, you can't just say resurrection and mean something that might be imaginary. It has to be physical. The flesh of Christ, the body of Christ comes out of the grave. That becomes doctrine with Tertullian. And he was emphatic on that point. As I said, that's part of his Stoic conviction. The teachings that they call Gnostic really do come from Paul, many of them, and they come from the New Testament.
And Paul's...
I mean, people who don't like them will say, well, these are all foreign ideas. These are, a bunch of Greek ideas, a bunch of pagan things, all mixed in.
Save that. Say thanks to Paul then, if that's what you want to say. But either way, Paul's doing that. And I think it's because of his audience. And it's a Hellenistic time. I think Paul's Hellenized, for sure. I mean, he obviously is.
Well, yeah, and he's teaching and writing in Greek. Yeah. I mean, and so are the Gospels. So they're translating whatever Jesus said in Aramaic into a language that would speak to a much wider audience than Jews.
This is the 5th video, I think. Yep.
Hey, we're really cooking here.
Yes, ma'am. Oh, I've got almost 50 questions.
Oh, okay.
3, 2, 1. Professor Elaine Pagels, our 5th question will be, how did we get the Nag Hammadi library, and are they authentic?
What we call the Nag Hammadi library is a collection of about 50 ancient texts. They're about 2,000 years old. They were found in a cave, actually all in a very 6-foot jar. That's how you'd preserve a manuscript if you wanted to save it, so that it wouldn't just rot. And that's how the Dead Sea Scrolls were found. They were put in caves with sealed tops, put in jars with sealed tops, hidden in caves to protect them from the weather. And these texts were found hidden. They were taken out of a monastery in 4th century Egypt. These were texts that Christian monks loved and used in their devotions. But the bishop said, Get rid of all those secret books. Those are the bad ones. I only want you to read the ones that are on my list. And his list happens to be the list that we now call the New Testament canon, which means standard collection. This is the basic standard collection. Get rid of the other ones. They'll just confuse you. He said they're not all wrong, but I want you to think the way I think. And don't ask those questions. So these texts, when we found them, can include the Gospel of Thomas, the Gospel of Peter, the Gospel of Mary Magdalene, the Gospel of Philip, the Gospel of Truth, a whole range of other perspectives on the early Christian movement that we just didn't have before. We were told there was a lot of heretical, terrible things people said, but we didn't know what these terrible heretics thought. Actually, the word heresy means choice. And that was something some bishops thought wasn't good for Christians. So they wanted all of these other texts buried because they raised too many questions. They opened up too many other ideas. So when we found them, are they authentic? Well, they are early Christian texts. We know that followers of Jesus were reading them about the time they were reading, say, the Gospel of John. Maybe 50 or 60 years after the death of Jesus. So they're very early. Authentic is a judgment. I think that it's very likely some of the teachings that we find, say in the Gospel of Thomas particularly, go back to Jesus. The reason for that is that the Gospel of Thomas doesn't have any stories in it. It's just 14 sayings. These are the secret sayings that the living Jesus spoke and the twin Judas Thomas wrote down. Now, half the Gospel of Thomas, it's only about 14 pages, half of it's identical with Matthew, identical with Luke. Love your brother, parable of the mustard seed, parable of the sower, it's just the same thing. Then there's another set of teachings which aren't in the New Testament. And those take you into a more thoughtful, deeper, mystical direction. So it seems that followers of Jesus collected his sayings, and this collection includes many of the private sayings that aren't in Matthew and Luke. So very likely these come from Jesus. They sound very similar to his other teachings.
Has anyone tried to say they're forgeries, though, the ones that we got? Because in your book, you do discuss that there was black market situation happening, and we're obviously trying to crack down on that kind of stuff with the recent forgeries that were discovered about the Dead Sea Scrolls. The owner of one of the Christian owners of a store, famous, well-known store, found out the whole thing he had was like all forgeries. Has anyone tried to make the accusation that these are forgeries?
Yes, certainly there are people and there are Christian leaders who want to say, this is all garbage, just don't read that. I mean, my own professor told us initially when we started to read them, we just thought these were weird, just weird. And then he was very surprised to find out that they were very powerful and impressive. These texts discovered in Upper Egypt, however, have been tested to check that they are actually very ancient manuscripts. You can test by carbon dating to see what the material of the papyrus is, what kind of script was written in the 2nd and 3rd century, what kind of language is used. You can't really forge 52 ancient texts crumbling with the papyrus falling apart when you touch it. So these are ancient documents. Can we say that Jesus said everything in them? No. We can't say that about the Gospel of John either. So it's a fascinating detective story to try to figure that out.
I love it. And
I do too. It's fascinating.
Yeah, and when you said authentic, that's kind of a judgment statement. And I guess what I was getting at wasn't really that what you were poking at. It was simply, are they forgeries, are they real? But I'm glad you brought that up.
They're ancient.
It just goes into the same thing, like, were these accepted? And the question, you answered that in our earlier video by saying, well, many Christians read these. At some point, I loved your book, The Gnostic Gospel. Gnostic Gospels, that they're trying to politically grab a hold of this thing. I mean, it took them quite a while to start wrapping their head around, how do we make this one faith, one church, one bishop, one God?
Yes. How do we turn this into dogma? What do you believe? I believe in one God. I believe in Jesus, the Son of God. I believe, how do you turn the New Testament into that? It took 400 years. But we should also talk about the view of the resurrection in these texts, for example, or the view of the virgin birth.
Yeah.
I mean, shall we start over, or shall we?
If you'd like to, go ahead and go for the resurrection.
Well, for example, the New Testament text suggests that after Jesus died, Matthew, Mark, and Luke say that his body was gone from the grave. And they suggest that perhaps he physically rose from the dead. And the early Christians just said, we believe that he was raised from the dead. They don't say that we believe his body physically got out of the grave. But raised from the dead means he died, but he's alive. We actually saw him. Does that mean we saw a body that we could touch? Some of the stories say yes, and some of the stories say no. As soon as we recognized him, he vanished. So the New Testament accounts aren't clear, because I think the people who wrote the Gospel of Luke and the Gospel of John put different stories together. One of them will say, we actually touched him. We felt his flesh. The other one says, no, as soon as he spoke to us, he was gone, like a vision. So these followers were more concerned to say, we think he's alive, because a lot of people saw him in different ways. They don't care if it was this way or that way. They just say, we're going to accumulate all the stories we can of people who say that they actually saw him when alive again after he died, however it was that it happened. 200 years later, Christians are saying, well, no, either you've got to believe he got out of the grave and his body was raised up into heaven and you watched him go into the clouds the way Acts says in the first chapter of the book of Acts, or you say it was a vision. We could see a vision, the way Paul says, I saw him. And Paul never says he saw a person. He says, flashing light, a bright light that blinded him. He heard a voice. That was what all he saw was the light. All he heard was a voice. He didn't talk to a person. He said, there was a presence, a divine presence that spoke to me. So in the secret Gospels, usually the resurrection is understood as an experience, as a spiritual experience, as a visionary experience, not as a physical proving that Jesus was back with the full body and the DNA present. Mm. And that was taken by some followers of Jesus to be heresy. You had, in the 2nd century, some said, no, you have to believe that he was physically back, not just that he was somehow raised. That's not enough anymore. So Christian doctrine became kind of fossilized into certain specific ideas. Jesus is raised bodily from the dead. You've got to believe that way now. And there were others who didn't. But that was useful for the Orthodox Church to say, we have the only doctrine that's right. You have to believe it the way our creed says it. And if you don't believe it the way our creed says it and believe it literally, you're out. Because one thing institutions like is to have the answers and to be, as you said, authorities. Mm-hmm. If we can have different points of view and recognize each other as coming up with different spiritual understandings, that doesn't work for an authoritarian church.
Orthodoxy seems to think straight. You gotta think like us, but it's about beliefs and what beliefs are true, what beliefs are right.
Right.
Can you tell us more about this?
That's such an important question, Derek, when you're thinking about the beginning of Christianity, because a lot of religious traditions don't focus on belief. It's only because Christianity is the largest religious tradition in the world, the widest, the most people, that we think of religions as being about belief. I mean, doesn't it seem natural? You say, well, what do Jews believe? What do Muslims believe? That's not the question they used to ask. Because these were not sets of beliefs, doctrines. These were ways of life, right? These were ways to act. Like Judaism, if you ask someone who's Jewish, you could say, what do you believe? Because they're used to that question now, because by comparison with Christianity, and there are beliefs. Hear, O Israel, the Lord your God is one God, right? That's primary prayer. But if you're talking to someone, a devout Jew, you'll say, are you Orthodox or Reform or conservative? In other words, do you eat kosher food, or how careful are you about kosher? How do you practice? Would you, for example, only marry a Jew, or could you marry a Gentile? I mean, it's about your way of life. It's how observant are you? How strict are you about dietary laws and about sexual laws within the group? It's not about belief so much. And the same is true of Islam. Islam is submission to the will of Allah. It's, that there is no God but God and Muhammad is his prophet. That's basic. But primarily it's you pray 4 times a day, you eat certain foods, you don't drink alcohol, there are just ways to be a Muslim, ways to be Jewish, ways to be a Buddhist that are not primarily sets of beliefs. So I think I get I may be misunderstood if I say belief is overrated, because I don't think it doesn't matter. But I just mean that religions don't consist primarily of beliefs usually. Christianity made it that because there were so many different interpretations. And that's because there were so many different sources in the early communities that were then sort of, weeded out to the 4 that were most familiar. But then it didn't really work, as you see, because look at Christians today. I mean, all kinds of different groups with different beliefs, with different practices, with different attitudes about food, about sexuality, about alcohol, about relationships, about politics, everything, right? So that's why I think that when we look at these traditions, it's so much more about understanding and ways of life and how we act than it is about belief.
And it makes me think of the creeds, right? So some of these creeds are obviously belief statements,
They are entirely belief statements.
And my question then, so a Christian might be listening to you right now, a fundamentalist, evangelical, or whatever, I don't mean it derogatory, just simply they believe that the Bible is inspired, it's inerrant, it's infallible, every word, jot and tittle, you name it, yada, 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 And they look at Paul and they go, hey, 1 Corinthians 15 seems to be a creedal statement, a belief statement. This is what we believe. Now, some of the scholars I talked to, like Dr. Dennis, not Dr. Dennis, but Dr. Price actually thinks that 1 Corinthians 15 may be an interpolated creedal statement to try and kind of nail down something here. What do you think?
Well, I think that's a really interesting question. At the beginning of 1 Corinthians, Paul says, well, I came to you people and I wanted to teach to you about Christ, but you were such babies. I couldn't tell you. I had to feed you milk. I couldn't give you the meat. I couldn't give you the really solid teachings. I had to start you in very elemental ways. So I came teaching a foolish gospel. I mean, I said, the only thing I'm going to admit around you is Christ crucified, okay? Jesus was crucified. He died for your sins. That's basic, okay? Believe that, and that's enough. That'll save you. So Paul actually in 1 Corinthians says, well, I preach a message. It's a foolish message, but it's all you can handle because you're so immature. 1 and 2 Corinthians first and second chapter of 1 Corinthians. But among the mature people, we do speak wisdom. We speak a different message. We speak a deeper message. But if you want to know what the simple version of it is, look at 1 Corinthians 15, 1-3. We believe that Jesus, was born of a virgin and raised from the dead and died for your sins. That will save you. That's all you need. That's the basics, okay? But Paul also said, I could say a lot more. 1 Corinthians 2, 6 and 7. Among the mature, we teach the wisdom of God, the divine secrets hidden in a mystery before the universe for our glory. But I'm not going to tell you that because you're just psychic Christians. You're not spiritual. And those things have to be taught by the Spirit. So Paul had different ways of teaching. And I think that 1 Corinthians 15, 1-3 is what he thought of as, okay, the bare bones, basic, simple version. That's what I can give you, because I don't write down the deeper teachings. In fact, because Paul, like other Jews, understood that you're not supposed to write down mystical teachings, because, as we said, they can be misunderstood by immature people who suddenly get their heads inflated with ideas of they understand God and all the mysteries, and somehow they're now weirdly powerful, and they go off and they can be kind of crazy. Mm-hmm. So you can't talk that way to people until they're more spiritually mature. And when you do, you have to know that they're ready. But you don't write it in a letter to them, because anybody can read that. You have to keep that secret and teach it, as Paul says, we speak that. We don't write it down.
It's interesting you say that, because Paul was under a lot of pressure often. His letters
very much so
shine with it big time. I am not a liar. I lie not. Obviously someone's saying you are, and so he's defending himself. And then it goes further, because then he gets borderline what you just said, right? Close to wanting to say more, but he says, I knew a man once.
Yes. Yeah, he had revelations from the Spirit, right? I'm not going to tell you he was taken up into paradise, but
he even
I can't talk
himself.
About that.
Right, it's someone else. I knew a man.
There's somebody, Very different from the author of the Apocalypse of John, who said, well, I was taken up too, and this is what I was told. But Paul says, no, I was told things that you weren't supposed to say. And those are the secret teachings.
And that's what I think is interesting, is that he comes so close, but he doesn't say. And he's doing it in defense too, in a sense. I think he's trying to say, like, I am an authority, I'm somebody important. I always sound with my accent with a D. He's someone special, and he is arguing against what I think are the other apostles, the ones that are Peter and James. And
yes, he is. But I do think he's also saying, okay, but there are different ways to understand the gospel, and if you're immature, I'm going to give you the basics. You stop at that, and you can formulate that. Jesus died for your sins, raised from the dead. He doesn't say how raised. He doesn't say in the body. He doesn't say in a vision. He just says raised from the dead. That's basic.
Yeah, because if you run to, I asked this to Dr. Bart Ehrman and said, raised from the dead. He goes, what's dead? Dead's dead, right? But he made it sound like the way they would have understood that would have been a physical resurrection, or at least the expectation of resurrection that was supposed to come would have been physical. That's what makes the most sense in terms of dead is dead. But we have apotheosis. We have people who die and ascend after their death, and Jesus is a perfect example of something like this, I think. And I have very good scholar friends. They don't run off into fringe, crazy ideas. Like one of my good friends who's studying this, he's doing an actual presentation on apotheosis and the resurrection of Jesus. And he found there are patterns, there are parallels, that it's not Xerox, it's not a copy, like, oh, this is exactly... The theme of apotheosis seems to be a very common and a well-known established thing, that they're resurrected from the dead in some sense, but it's not that they physically necessarily rose. They ascend to the high heavens, if you will. And Paul might be thinking the same thing.
Well, very mysterious things happen when people die. In Buddhist traditions too, there are many stories about great teachers and the Buddha who appear, not physically, who are seen after they have died and so forth. And some scholars that I know, like Dale Allison at Princeton Theological Seminary, Presbyterian Seminary, is suggesting that he and many people have experiences seeing people who have died, speaking with them, interacting with them. This is not an uncommon event. Many people who are widowed, people who experience sudden loss of somebody they love, say they have seen that person in some way, or heard the voice, or had a sense of their presence. So it seemed like a much more open question at that time. And Paul, I think, he simply says, I believe Jesus died for your sins and is raised from the dead. That's the basic message. But it's not all he can tell you. He's not going to tell you the rest, just as you said. He said, I can't tell you what came in revelations and visions. What happened there, I'm not going to talk about that.
Not lawful.
But there was secret teaching, and that's why people that were later called Gnostics felt that Paul was absolutely a mentor, because he understood that there were elementary teachings and advanced level teachings.
Meat and milk. Professor Elaine Pagels, why would you want to write a book about Satan?
Well, actually, Derek, it never occurred to me until I had some extraordinary setbacks, and the death of my husband, for example, and our son, and it was just crushing, both of those. And some well-meaning minister who did a funeral service said to me that I shouldn't be angry at God. And that really made me angry, because I thought, what are you talking about? I don't even know what you're talking about. Angry at God. That doesn't make any sense to me. I'd like to be angry at someone, but I don't think about God in a way that, he's doing this to me. That makes no sense. I would like to be angry at somebody. In the ancient world, they'd say, well, the person who throws obstacles in your way and blocks you isn't God, it's Satan. He's called diabolos, which is the word devil, right? But it means somebody literally who throws something in front of you, an obstacle, and suddenly you're confronted with something bad. So I thought in the ancient world, you could be angry at Satan. And I thought, well, I don't believe in Satan, so it would be nice to be angry at Satan. I mean, who came up with Satan anyway? Where did that come from, the stories about Satan? So I started to think, well, that would be interesting to find out. First thing I found out is Satan is hardly present in the Hebrew Bible at all. I mean, having been brought up by Christians, I thought Satan was in the Garden of Eden, right? In the form of the serpent. That's a Christian thing. It's not in Jewish understanding at all. The serpent is a serpent. There's no Satan there. And there's a couple of times when an angel of God is seen as putting obstacles in front of somebody. And usually the angel is sent to protect the person from his own folly. Like a prophet who's going to do what the Lord told him not to do, and God sends an angel to block him. And the word Satan in Hebrew means to obstruct. So this angel comes and it says, le Satan lo, to block him. And then they call the blocker, the obstacle maker, the Satan. But he's an angel. In the Hebrew Bible, he's not an enemy of God. In the book of Job, as you know, the Lord is surrounded by an angelic court. So he's pictured as a kind of divine emperor, king. He has a huge court full of his servants, and many of them are kind of militant angels. And And one of them is one who's been checking out people for the Lord. And he's sort of, somebody said, like an FBI informant. Like, you know, the Lord says, oh, have you considered my servant Job? I mean, he's really upstanding. And the Satan, his job is to be, hey, a devil's advocate. So he says, oh, yeah, well, you think he's your faithful servant, but that's because look what you've given him. You gave him everything. Everything anybody could want. Wealth and family and prestige, and yeah, he's great. Now, if you took that stuff away from him, then you might find out that he wouldn't feel the same way about you. And so the Lord takes the bet and says, all right, well, you can do that and we'll see what happens. And in the story, the Satan, you know, destroys all of his flocks, all of his wealth. Everything vanishes. A building collapses and kills his 12 children suddenly. And he realizes they're all dead. And then he is himself struck with a terrible, agonizing skin illness. And his wife says, curse God and die. And he doesn't. He says, no. The Lord gives and the Lord takes away. Blessed be the name of the Lord. So the Satan in the book of Job is not a bad figure. He's just one of God's servants who has a job to do. What's really interesting is when you start to read the Gospels and certain Jewish literature that comes up about that time, they start talking about a Satan figure like Mark. You know, Jesus has the Holy Spirit come upon him, and immediately the Spirit drives him into confrontation with the evil one. And the Satan is a kind of spiritual power out in the desert. And the Satan is after him all the time. And it's God's Spirit against Satan. And that's the whole drama of Mark's Gospel. So how did this Satan figure, who invented that and why? And I began to realize that when groups talk about Satan, you know, they're not just talking about some power up there in the stratosphere. They're actually talking about conflicts right here down on earth. So if somebody says to you, Derek, Satan's trying to take over this country, you know. Now that person knows exactly who he has in mind.
Exactly.
Right? He's got people in mind. And what he's telling you is, well, there's a conflict here on earth between me and those people. Those are Satan's people, and my people are God's people. So while they're seeing a supernatural battle, they're also talking about conflict between people, good people and bad people. So I thought, okay, that's interesting. And Satan is a prominent figure in the New Testament. Why? So I thought, well, okay, let's figure this out. So I started to read the Gospel of Mark. Again, I mean, I taught it. I thought I knew what it said. So I said, okay, so who will be infused with the Spirit of God on earth? It'll be Jesus and the disciples, right? Those are God's people. Now, who's Satan's people? Well, that would be the people who opposed, killed, tortured, and executed Jesus. That would be the Roman governor and maybe the chief priests, powerful Jews and powerful Romans, right? That's what I thought. So I start to read Mark. And that's not what I found. I was amazed because even though we know historically that Jesus was crucified by the Romans, in Mark's gospel, in Matthew's gospel, in Luke's gospel, and even more in John's, the only people who are seen as blamed or responsible are Jews. Judas is the betrayer in chief, right? I mean, he's seen in the worst pit of hell. You know, the worst of the worst is Judas, who betrayed his own master. And then there's other Jews, and then the Jews are telling Pilate to kill him. And Pilate says, no. I mean, what's he done? He's an innocent man. And no. You know, crucify him. And Pilate is standing there saying, wait a minute, I want to release him. And the Jews are screaming for blood. And I thought, wow, this is this is really interesting. In the New Testament, it's only Jews who are associated with Satan. It's not the Romans. But historically, we know that it was the Romans who crucified Jesus because they thought he was a threat to the Roman Empire. He was inciting revolution. That's what the charge was that he was crucified for. So what's going on? It was really strange to me. And after thinking about it a whole lot, I realized these Gospels are written, 40, 50, 60 years after the death of Jesus. And then there was the Jewish War, real revolution against Rome, and the Romans crushed the Jewish people, and they were policing it ferociously. And if you looked anything like a revolutionary, they'd get rid of you. They'd crucify you too. So followers of Jesus knew that they were under suspicion. They were followers of somebody who was convicted of insurrection against Rome. And all the important leaders were killed. Peter was crucified by the Romans, Paul was beheaded, and James was stoned to death. So it was very dangerous to be a follower of Jesus because you were instantly suspect of insurrection. So what do? Because the Romans, someone like Suetonius says, yeah, that Jesus, he was put to death by our governor Pontius Pilate, for some insurrection against Rome. That's what the Romans immediately thought about Jesus. So his followers write a message and they say, no, that's not what happened. That's not what happened. First of all, he wasn't an insurrectionist, and I think myself that he was not. Certainly not armed insurrection. He was not a fighter in that way, military. Second, they said, not only was he not an insurrectionist, but the governor knew it. And if you understand, Pilate was trying to be fair. Pilate was trying to do justice. The only reason that he was crucified that way is that his own people were screaming for blood, and Pilate was a weak guy and he gave in. Okay, that's the way they tell the story. But if you look at what Jews knew about Pilate, you see, that's not the real man, Because Jews who were politically savvy, like Philo in Egypt, contemporary of Jesus, who went on ambassadorship to the emperor on behalf of the Jewish community, very wealthy, prominent, well-educated Jewish leader. He said, Pilate? We know Pilate. He's ruthless, he's brutal, he's cruel. He crucifies people with no trial all the time. Everybody knows he's heartless. He despises Jews. I say, really? That's not what he looks like in the Gospels.
Right.
And Josephus, Pilate? Yeah, well, Pilate, he crushes crowds. If a crowd starts demonstrating in front of his residence, the way they did when he brought Roman battalions into Jerusalem, they rioted for 5 days. What did he do? Give in? No. He sent the soldiers out there in plain clothes with concealed weapons, got a signal, and they started killing people, dispersing the crowd by just slaughtering and killing as many as they could, and the crowd dispersed. Right? That's how Pilate did crowd control. He did it the way it's done today in Syria, say, and other parts of the world. So why do the Gospels tell it this way? I finally realized that they're trying to save their lives and say, look, you got it wrong. Jesus was not an insurrectionist, neither are we, because the evil people here were the Jews. And they were pretty helpless too. And so I thought, wow, this is really interesting. So they wanted to picture Pilate acting the way they wished a Roman governor would act and be fair. Say, what evil has this man done? Is he really a revolutionary? No, he's not a revolutionary. I'm going to let him go. These Christians are quite innocuous. They just have another idea about God. Who cares?
Right.
So the point of it is, I realize that when people talk about Satan, First of all, they are talking about people, as we said. Second, I was totally surprised, Derek, because I was looking at sort of old folk tales about Satan, and I thought, these are funny old stories. Just made up silly stories about Satan. And I was thinking that I would deal with the feeling I had about my own griefs by sort of getting, writing a story about Satan. And I thought it was kind of all fiction. And suddenly it landed me in the real world, in which Christians, even after they became powerful and were no longer endangered, saw Jews as evil and identified Jews with Satan.
Mm-hmm.
And when the first Christian emperor, Constantine, when the law codes were changed after Constantine, as one writer said, Christian prejudices against the Jews were turned into legal disabilities. So if you were a rabbi 30 years after Constantine is emperor, and you convert someone to become Jewish, you could be burned alive. That's the penalty. And so Jews were targeted and humiliated and marginalized in Christian legal codes. And then, if you look at Europe, they were forced to live in certain areas. They could not inherit property. There were all kinds of laws against Jews, and there have been for 2,000 years. And it comes out of this heritage. It's saying the Jews killed Jesus.
So this, it runs deep.
It does.
This is a very fascinating way of looking at all of this. To me, I do think it's interesting. We just finished on the book of Revelation. Okay, we just talked about that, and now we got into the Satan book. But what I find interesting is this man John dared to try and hide in code the best he could, really talking about the truth. Whereas, he does kind of, I think, talk about collaborators with Rome, but mainly Rome is the monster. Whereas in the Gospels and in these other writings, Rome is definitely a monster, but we got to put them in. What I'm saying is historically speaking, they were a monster, but in the narratives that we're reading, they're not. Why are they not saying it like John's saying it?
Yes, John says, who killed Jesus? Well, don't ask me. You know who killed Jesus. The Romans did. It's the evil empire that did that. And it was. But the Gospels totally soft pedal it. And it isn't because they want to be nice to Romans. It's that they want to be safe in the Roman Empire and say, you have no quarrel with us. We're not insurrectionists. We're innocent like Jesus. It's those Jews that did it. It was a Jewish quarrel. It has nothing to do with you. And the trouble is, it's played itself out for 2,000 years. I was surprised at what I found. I was shocked. I said, wait a minute. Is there anti-Semitism in the New Testament? My New Testament professor at Harvard said, absolutely not. But then he was an ex-Nazi. And everybody else said, yeah, there is, but it's hidden. It's not really too overt. But when I finally sent the book I wrote, and I was kind of shocked by what I'd found, to a friend of mine, he read it, he said, I sat up all night reading your book. I never knew why they called me a Christ killer when I was in high school in Boston.
Now you know.
He said, I never killed anybody. I don't know what they're talking about. But the idea that the Jews killed Jesus has pervaded Christian anti-Semitism and given fuel to it. I'm not saying Christianity is entirely responsible for anti-Semitism, because there was anti-Semitism before there was Christianity, actually.
Yeah.
But it gave a moral purpose to anti-Semitism. Those people killed God's Son.
I also think it helped, and this is horrible, but what I'm saying is I think it helped latch on to a Gentile world even better, because insider outsider stuff. Look at how Jews view Gentiles, right?
Yes.
Look at Second Temple Judaism. We found something that sees us positive and you negative. Guess what? We have our belief now, and it's called Christianity. It's the perfect opposite now of these things. And even if the intentions, so now we're kind of getting into the intentions here and what you're describing here, and I think it's an excellent, it makes perfect sense what you're saying. My question then would be, if it's anti-Semitic, and I've asked this of Rabbi Tovia Singer, and he goes, well, you do know there have been Jews that are anti-Semitic, right? They're kind of turncoats, if you will. They don't even like their own race at this point, in a sense. So my question is, who wrote these, right? So if they're Jews that were initially writing this as like, let's butt kiss and be nice and not get in trouble, and blame it on the leadership, because it seems to me that's the first thing they're doing, is they're blaming leadership. Like Essenes, look at how they viewed the temple leaders, right? Screw these guys. These guys are pieces of junk. Well, that could easily evolve into, well, it wasn't just the leader, all the people. It's all Jews, period.
Well, actually, you see, the Gospels are different.
Right.
Mark is the first one, and it says, well, who was trying to kill Jesus? There were certain people in the temple who got very angry when he created a disturbance in the temple. Mm-hmm. And he wouldn't even tell them what authority he had. He was very defiant. He felt he was a prophet, and they were very angry. So there were certain temple leaders, and they took him to Pilate, and they turned him over. But Matthew says the whole nation cried out, crucify him. Now that is strange, but it's in Matthew 27. It says the whole people, ethnos is the Greek word, the whole nation. Well, the whole nation of Jews absolutely were not against Jesus, because the Gospels say he was very popular. He was surrounded by crowds. Crowds loved him. That's why they couldn't arrest him in public, right? Because they were afraid of the Jews.
Right.
That is, they were afraid that people would protect him if they sent an arresting party of soldiers. So they had to arrest him secretly at night. But it's very weird. The Gospels will say the crowds love Jesus, and suddenly it's like they switch. And it says the crowds are screaming for blood. It's very odd. And in John's Gospel, so as one writer said, the further you get from history, the more evil the Jews become. In John's Gospel, Pilate says, the Jews hate you. They're trying to kill you. Why? They're your own people. They turned you over to me. I don't have any problem with you. Your own people did this. And John says the Jews were trying to kill Jesus.
See, it's like, and I don't want to give this to throw us off, but you know how Bart wrote, Dr. Ehrman wrote, how Jesus became God, there's an evolution. Yeah. Well, that's kind of what you're describing here, is the butt kissing of the Romans by whoever these authors were, and Mark might have been a Gentile Christian, or could have been a Jew who was just a Christian. I don't know with certainty, do you?
No, probably we think that 3 of the gospel writers were Jewish, Mark, Matthew, and John, and not Luke. But it isn't just that. It could have been factual, that leaders of the temple said, and one Roman historian says, John has an accurate picture, the Jewish leaders got together and said, this man is stirring up crowds everywhere. If this keeps going on, there are going to be demonstrations, even more than there were when he came into Jerusalem acting like a king. We can't let this happen. The Romans are going to come in here with troops and destroy the whole city, which is, of course, what happened.
It is interesting, too, that what happens in the 90s, like we know the Gospel of John's at least 90s or later, and that's just scholarship, period. Anything earlier, it's like, that's hard for me to swallow. But you have Jews kicking Christians out of synagogue. Yes. So you have good reasons to say by the time these later Gospels come, there's more than just, hey, the real history here, that the real Jews, there were Jewish leaders that were against Jesus, is a problem. But guess what? We keep having problems with these Jewish synagogues and these practices, Judaizers, et cetera, et cetera. They're the enemy. And the polemics start showing up even deeper in later Gospels.
You're right. It is in the Gospel of John, that chapter 9, about how the man born blind comes to see Jesus as a healer and then as the Messiah, the Son of God. And then he's in danger of being thrown out of the synagogue. It's a picture, as you said, of what's going on in John's own time. Matthew 2 is after the war, and the Jewish Sanhedrin, the council, has been given a lot of power over Jewish communities, and they don't like these Jesus believers. They see them as traitors. So in Matthew 25, Jesus calls them all kinds of terrible names, sons of hell. I doubt that Jesus ever spoke to his own people that way, but Matthew wants him to, because they're saying that Jesus of yours, he was illegitimate, he was a fake, he was a magician, he wasn't a prophet, he leads people astray from the Lord, he leads them to devalue their own traditions. That's what's going on in Matthew's time. So you're right, when you go, generations beyond the time of Jesus, and there is real animosity in the Jewish community, that's when these start to get written more negatively. And furthermore, the rabbi you speak of, we can't even call it anti-Semitic, because it's anti-Jewish. But anti-Semitism is a 19th century construction about race. It's an invention, that there's it's a different doctrine, that these people are genetically inferior. Or, black people are genetically inferior. It's about the way groups in European circles see themselves as the master race, you know? So anti-Semitism is later, but anti-Judaism starts way back there.
Wow. Yeah. And anyone who claimed to be a Jew would obviously fall into that trap, and history is ugly when it comes to that. So this just goes to show you Satan ends up being whoever your enemies are, really. And they work for Satan.
The name of Satan, he has many names, Beelzebul and Beliar, which probably means without light. But the name that to me suits him best is Mastema, which means hatred. It's about hatred. And he is a force that creates conflict and hatred. And the way that Satan kind of operates in these texts suggests that the enemies of Jesus are his own people. And it's tragic.
That's exactly how John
makes
opens.
sense.
The Gospel
Pardon
of
me?
John opens just like that. And he came to his own, and his own received him not.
Right.
It's like, whoa, who are his own? Well, the Jewish people.
His people. And
His
it
people.
says, the people who do not recognize the name of the Son of God, are condemned to eternal hell. So it's really a powerful story. And to me, it's been a very moving story and sad, to see. One of my friends said, well, but Elaine, isn't it Christianity all about love? And I said, at its best it is. But there's an undertone there, which I never even noticed before.
Wow.
Which has allowed for Christians to demonize Jews. And then other people too. Native Americans or anybody who doesn't worship the way they do. But this was a part of Christianity I was ignorant of. And I didn't want to find it. But I think we need to know about it because it's part of our history.
Thank you.
Not all Gnostics, you say. I wrote this question as I was reading your book, and then get to the part where you're like, no, not some Gnostics were about martyrdom and persecution, and they were part of that. But not all Gnostics seem to be anti-martyrdom. Martyrdom purchases eternal life, is one of the questions I had. And did persecution of Orthodox Christian cause their position to become more popular, more like, this is the true faith because we're being persecuted like our Lord, like Peter, like James, like Paul, so that helped validate the truth of their claims in some sense?
There are lots of questions about persecution. And, originally people pictured that it was universal, that it was every Christian was in immediate danger of being arrested and tortured. That's overdone. But recently, someone like Professor Moss has simply said, oh, well, it's just a myth. There were very few people who actually got killed and tortured compared to the number of Christians there were. And they basically build themselves up as victims in some way. What I think she misses here is the fact that you don't have to kill a lot of people to terrify a whole population. That's what crucifixion was for. The Romans crucified Jesus and others. It was public. It was like a billboard, as Paula Fredrickson said. Like, don't become a revolutionary. This could happen to you. So Jesus' crucifixion, like that of many others, thousands of other Jews, was to tell the rest of them, don't try it. And that still works. You don't have to crucify and torture, kill a lot of people. But Christians were persecuted actively. What I understood about Candida Moss's work, she was writing at Notre Dame. She was not liking hearing a lot of Protestants talk as if they were persecuted when they're actually affluent, well-off members of Christian communities, seeing themselves as persecuted with a kind of persecution complex. Mm-hmm. And she was challenging that point of view with contemporary Christians that she was attacking. And that's what she was writing the book about, really. She's now come much more upfront with it, and she's deliberately challenging certain kinds of Protestant views, which I think is much better than trying to pretend that that's the way it was in the early church. Interesting. But the death of Jesus, some people said, well, who was the Christ anyway? Was Christ, do we mean the Spirit inside of Jesus? If we mean the Spirit inside of Jesus, well, the Spirit can't be tortured. The Spirit is not the body. The body was tortured, the Spirit was not. So some people made that distinction. Most Christians did not, whether they were called Gnostic or Orthodox. They understood Jesus' crucifixion was a horrifying event. There's no worse and more terrible, shameful, agonizing death than crucifixion in the Roman Empire. It was a powerful statement. And the idea that a crucified man who ended his life as a complete failure in any human terms would suddenly then have his followers say, we saw him. He came back. The worst thing happened to him, and he wasn't defeated. God has vindicated him. We believe in him. This was a huge vindication. So I don't think it's what inspired other people to seek martyrdom. But when they were arrested and tortured, those who didn't give in did feel they were imitating the Passion of Christ, and that doing that, and they still do, you know. There's still Christians who are crucified and shot to death and beheaded by people who hate Christians in parts of this world and in parts of Africa and Egypt. This is going on today. It's happened also in Asia, in parts of Asia and China. So martyrdom of Christians is not over. And it is the way that many realize that they may have to confess their faith. So it's always been part of Christian tradition.
So in a sense, I guess, in light of the question that I rose about persecution and martyrdom validating that we're on the right path too, it's almost like an assurance of saying, it became more like you can purchase your salvation through this. It's like you legitimately are, you know, the Muslims have something similar, some forms of it.
Yes,
they
yes.
say jihad, you know, if I die for this, I'm automatically going to heaven, 72 virgins, depending on, you know.
Well, certain leaders, certain bishops too, encourage people not to give in. If you're arrested, don't give in. You have to confess Christ, because otherwise he will deny you in heaven. So yes, martyrdom was encouraged, and other Christians were troubled that young people were encouraged to martyr themselves because it was a way to get to heaven. Although, and they said, well, this is the quickest route. It was a way, just like the jihadists say. You know, if you or your son or daughter dies as a martyr, they immediately go to heaven and they have special rewards. That's part of Christian teaching too. Mm-hmm. So I want to get back to what you were saying. And yes, and people like Tertullian, who saw people he knew tortured in the public sports arena, dying in horrible ways, entertaining the crowd. He said he watched that and he thought, how can those people do that? How do they dare go to their deaths with that courage? He said, the more you kill us, the more we multiply. The blood of Christians is seed. And Justin Martyr, another man, Greek philosopher, coming from a pagan family, watched people being tortured in the arena in the Colosseum in Rome about the year 150. And he said, I've seen criminals die in the arena. They scream, they plead for their lives, they are desperate. These people are courageous. They go to their death with a kind of courage that is like Socrates. I mean, they're like philosophers, but they're just ordinary people. They're not even educated. How do they do that? And Justin said he, like Tertullian, watching such things, became a Christian, which is totally contrary to what the Romans had in mind. Mm-hmm. But he also said that's how he became a Christian, because he felt there was power in these people that was inexplicable if it didn't come from a divine source. So that's what they meant when Tertullian said the blood of Christians is seed for the church. The more you kill us, the more we multiply.
And for Gnostics that are anti-martyrdom, or it seemed like some of them were not fans of doing that at all, did that help these Orthodox guys kind of go, you're definitely not true Christians if you're not seeing that this is, I mean, it's like the New Testament. Jesus is using the Old Testament or Hebrew Bible as his source, right? So now you've got Christians 3, 4, 5 centuries after Christ, and here they are seeing in their own scriptures, by this time they're looking at their own apostles and their own prophets, and they're going, hey, they're dying. Like, we must be doing something, not saying they're encouraging, like, go die tomorrow. No, but my point is it's validating the suffering servant concepts that we see in Christ. It's validating exactly what happened to Paul, Peter, James. And these Gnostics aren't doing that it doesn't seem like that's happening to them. So obviously they're not authentic, or this can't be the true faith, or something like that. Do you think that played a part?
I think, if Christians today had to consider that if we decide to meet and worship Jesus today in somebody's house, we could get a knock on the door. The military could come and arrest us and torture anybody who said that he or she was a Christian, and then kill us. We'd have an argument. Some people would say, you've got to do it. You've got to stand up. That's what makes you a Christian. You've got to follow Jesus through the passion, through the crucifixion, through the death. And others would say, no, if you can get out of the city, if you can go where the police can't find you, do that. Because Jesus said, flee into the hills.
Yeah. He also said, take up your cross and follow me. So it just depends on what you...
There are contrary sayings exactly as you say, Derek, in the Bible, in the New Testament.
Those are interpolations, possibly? I mean, taking a scene in the 2nd century and they're going...
I don't know. I mean, I do think that take up your cross and follow me might have come later, because I'm not sure that many of them realized how Jesus would die until it actually happened. It was too shocking. Right. But although he may have predicted it. But I think there were so many sides taken. And one thing that they would always challenge people they called heretics by saying, well, you just don't have the conviction. You just give up. You just say, no, I guess I'm not a Christian now. So it's one of the most painful questions, most terrible questions that any person would have to consider if that faith was being attacked by the state.
Thank you.